Welcome everyone. This is Ben Friesen with the USBGF. I'm joined by Roberto Litzenberger. Hello, Roberto.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, great. And we are here watching the semifinal match between Art Benjamin and Rich Sweetman. These guys played a grueling 74-player field. They both have met now in the final four of the Consolation. Both players are fighting for $1,800 worth of prizes. They're both in the side pool, and they are both actually fighting for first place on the ABT online leaderboard. So very excited to have this match started or going. Now we are doing some XG feed in this match today. So let me just make sure that's all set up properly, and then we'll get started.
People are going to love that because I don't get to see the XG feed, and I'm going to be commenting live, so I get to blunder, and people can talk about the big donkey I am or whatever when I make mistakes.
As weird as it sounds, I am very excited about the fact that Roberto's not going to see the feed. You know, sometimes people, they end up kind of, the commentary gets weaker sometimes, I guess is what I'm saying, when we've got an XG feed, because people just default back to whatever XG says, and I didn't want to do that. So Roberto knows that he might be wrong. We'll try to have a nice conversation, and I'll guide him. Anyway, I'm excited. Let's get started.
Yeah, I can justify my play over XG for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're off.
All right, so 2-6 opening by Rich Sweetman, who is Sweet Rolls, followed by 5-3 for Art. Both just standard plays.
Yeah, always great to make your first point in the board. First person to have a point is great. You know, you want to be able to hit there, but hey, you'll take 5-3 any day.
Absolutely. Now with this 2-1, you know, my first instinct is to slot the 5 point, make the 11. Do you run? Do you try to safety this blot, Roberto?
It's tough. I mean, sometimes if the other person made a point, I might just make a point.
Oh, you may have to turn off that. Yeah. It does look like XG preferred something other than running. I haven't looked yet at what it was. Ooh, double 4. What a roll. Now this is going to be great. He has so many options. He can hit in the outfield. He can make the 5 point. He can hit on the 5 point, make the 2 point. Which one of these do you like and why, Roberto? So many options here. What do you think, Roberto? Which one of those double 4s do you like? Did you see him? All right, Roberto is working on that audio.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back now. I had to turn off the sound from the delayed stream. I heard an echo of myself from 90 seconds before all of a sudden from both YouTube and Facebook, and I went crazy for a second. So
Thank you. Yeah, so Roberto, Roberto's going to be watching for your comments. Hence, he has those open. So definitely, if you have any questions, let us know.
Take.
This was a really quick take. I mean, I guess I assume it's a standard take. It looks like it is, but I would have thought about it a little more.
Ooh, I definitely would think about that. I mean, he was down, what, 24 pips there in the race, 3-point board versus a no-point board. How many is that? 11 in the zone versus 10. But nothing in the air. But yeah, to start out, very powerful cube. If it's a take, it has to be a small one.
You nailed it, Roberto. I just popped up to the take after you said that. It's a .012 pass. It's just right on the line. So it is a fine take, not a problem. Early in the match, you can take a little bit more risk, but not quite right. And the rollout might make that bigger. I'm not going to do any rollouts, I don't think, today, but well, hell, as he's thinking about this, I'll just go ahead and roll it out. I'm very lucky to be using the USBGF's traveling streaming computer. I brought it home after streaming in Sacramento, and this thing is so powerful. I bet you this rollout will be done in minutes. You know, I mean, actually, let's find out. Yeah, we're already 10% of the way done. What do you think about this 6-2? So Art is definitely spending some time here.
I like coming down on the bar.
Slotting the back of your prime makes a lot of sense. 5-2 hits,
Well,
2-6
you don't
hits.
slot the back of a 4 prime, but it was just pretty powerful there. You're kind of doing this blitz where you're not, you still have a lot of guys back, so he really wants to get either the prime or the blitz. He has to kind of transition to the prime now. There's so many guys back. He doesn't have enough ammo to completely carry out the blitz, so he really wanted to get that prime going and then concentrate on getting those back checkers around.
Yeah, so you're definitely playing 10-7. I am as well. You can't blitz here. You don't have the checkers anymore. You've only got 9 in the zone. You can't close your board. So you make the prime.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing about those two-way forward positions. And when you got the good points in your board and up the deep points, you can start blitzing. And if you get attacked and get lots of guys back, you can always kind of fall back on the prime. That's what you can't do when you already have the ace point or something. You don't really have this other game plan to fall back on.
Absolutely. And it looks like this was a small error, but making the prime was the most important part. XG liked a different 2 in the back. It didn't particularly matter. 6-4.
Yeah, a lot of times people want to do stuff to just, call for flexibility. You start getting paranoid about numbers that bust it all, and you want to be able to play things. If the other person rolls a perfecta to point on you, then that's good for them.
Yeah, what do you think about attacking here? I don't think I'm a fan. I think I would hold the prime.
I think I was attacking necessarily. Plays always fast here online, but I like my prime. My game plan there was still prime, I believe, so I don't think I would have left it myself.
Yeah, and it looks like XG agrees. Any of the other 6s were better, but that's okay. Can't get them all right. 6-1 brings 1 checker in. 5-3 for Rich. For me, it seems clear that we're making the 3-point. What do you think?
2 in the air is good. He needs something. You don't want him to get the advanced anchor. It's an interesting game there now. I'm not really sure. I mean, I actually need more time.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. You've got a priming game on one side.
The 3-point's always good for no matter what you do. I mean, you have the 8 points, so it's part of the same prime. I mean, whether you're in a back game or attacking, you're going to always want your 3-point is not too deep of a point. So
Sure, absolutely.
It's always good.
I'm gonna make a
and
quick
if you don't have
adjustment
any points,
here.
You're often desperate to get a point down because you don't have anything, so you don't want to have nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
1-point board, which we often call the 0-point board, but it's just a 1 point. A lot of times they call them like pointless doubles or something, but you actually have the 6 point.
So I guess he didn't come in. Did I miss that? Yeah, he fanned. Okay. 3-3.
Yeah, fans on grid gamut are hard to see sometimes, and I will confuse who plays what at times. I do not like this lifting play.
Works out, I guess. I mean, I guess it would have worked out either way, but wow, double 3. So I know what my play is instantly. What is your play?
I make the 5.
Yeah, okay, good. We're on the same page. The last one's an option, though. He does make the kind of pure 5-point play. Might have been right to do something else. No,
yeah,
it was fine.
I'm down with the other one, probably. I'm not sure.
But what's the game plan?
He's the one priming now. That's his golden ticket.
Okay, he's trying to prime. Got it.
Yeah, against this, this back, he has no relative timing here. If he can prime him, he can get he can get Art Magician to bust immediately if he can do it. And this is where you start seeing in this kind of game the weakness of kind of lifting that other checker on that play. That dilly builder on the 3-point is what's going to kind of haunt him for a while.
Yeah, were you surprised he didn't double here? What did you think? I thought he was going to.
Good. It's hard. I think you want to see some kind of break in this relative timing. I mean, Art does have a lot of flexibility now. Again, that filter hurts.
I mean,
this is right on that 4-point board, but with so far to go, I mean, you're going to go from the 21 point all the way to the 2 to be able to attack. That's a big emptiness. That you didn't really have to be afraid of the return hit at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, actually, did like the double just for the 1 roll. Now it's a clear no double.
Yeah, a lot of times in these games, if you're not sure, I'm not if you don't dominate this, and very few people do dominate these kind of games, it doesn't really matter if you miss a small double at first, because the other people will be taking stuff that are passes sometimes. It changes quickly.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of game ahead here.
So on this 4-1, the pure play of just coming out from the 20 was correct. As annoying as that 21, sorry, as annoying as it was to make that play, because you might break or lose your 4-point, which you need. Actually, really wanted Art to keep that spare checker on the 6 there.
Yeah, but what Art's doing is also happens. You have a multi-anchor back game with checkers back. He's kind of lava flowing forward. He's making this. He's not really deciding what he's doing, getting rid of him. He's keeping all the points, like the 6-5. He made a further advanced anchor, so he's still really playing with those 6 checkers together, flowing it forward. And then you get to play like this and saying, okay, I got the 2-point and the 4-point. Who cares if I get hit? I mean, it might very well be right for him to do this kind of double eagle into oblivion. It looks like a double falcon without wings, basically off a cliff.
Nice, yeah.
And I think I like that better than giving up this back point. He found this. That's a tough play to find if it's right. I don't know if I would have done that play or if I would have kept the back 2 anchors.
Definitely a tough play there. Not really clear what your plan is, whether you need to keep the anchor or you need to move forward. In this case, it actually was correct to make this play from the back.
Good job. Yeah, I mean, he's down. He's not down that much, so he saw the opportunity to get that advanced. Say, okay, I'm playing just a holding game, basically. It's transitionally back from a double anchor game, and say, okay, I got the timing just for a holding game. I don't need to be back on the 2-point.
Yeah, interesting that Rich is looking at not hitting here. I think that when your opponent's in a holding game, we want to try to attack, but I could just be wrong. What do you think?
The race is close enough, and there's not relative timing. What has anything been played here so far?
Well, now we're on the
I think it was the wrong 6-2. Okay, yeah, I was looking at the play.
Yeah. No, I the 2-1. In fact, the 2-1 was a pick 'em.
Here. He's definitely hitting here. Now this is interesting, and that could have been. Oh, he already queued. What am I talking about?
Yeah, he got it in there eventually. 4 covers.
Ooh, rough 5 there. Yeah, amazing. He has all this relative time, and he ends up having to bust anyway on a weird, kind of a freak 1-5 there. You can't free up that extra checker he has on the bar point. Well, look at this. Here he'd love to get a point on the ace and can't. Still a great number, though.
Got to come out here, right? I like this play. You really don't want to get pointed on. You're just going to save a lot of gammons this way, I think.
Yeah, if he's going gammon save, I'm sure it was a good play. I generally play more loose than that to keep the pressure on. Clearly, the one that wins more games is the other play, but I'm sure reducing gammons, that was probably the right play.
Yeah, and actually, they were both very close. So this is another one where you can just pick a play, and you end up getting it right. Ooh, I guess I've got to back up. Let's see if I can keep up. I'm usually very good at catching up when this happens, but let's find out.
Well, there's no cover here. I mean, he'd love to hit to use the dilly builder, but it's not doing a lot.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The outfield coverage going here, and then try to make a better point. He's still too far behind to really close him out for the blitz, I believe.
If you were going to just cover the outfield, what would your play be?
I don't know if that's covering, but I would leave them all there. I would not put 2 on the 17 point.
Okay.
So it would have been going to the 15 or something, and you have to look a little bit to double to see what hits.
And then if you were to use your dilly builder,
to block double 5s, I guess, is what his idea was. But I just like leaving multiple numbers. Double 5s hitting.
If you did hit, were you leaving it there, or were you picking it up?
Hit would probably be the hit and lift. I mean, that's why it's kind of a weird, kind of different play, because there's no way to really cover it. You're just getting timing to put your builders in the right place in the outfield. But that's a hard game to play, and notably, I'll avoid that kind of play a little more. Keep my checkers in play more often because it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Those are plays, put stuff out of play. You can easily mess it up big time, and it's going to be a mistake more often than not. At least I've found.
Well, it turns out that this time pick and pass was correct. I couldn't tell you what the variables were that would make it incorrect, but he should have went ahead and hit.
Well, the timing, and it takes away some of the winning rolls. I mean, it was just, well, 6-6 would still hit. Now this is tough. I mean, you probably have to hit it as well.
Yeah, you could though block double 6 and spread out. He does have a blot in the back there. Boy.
But you do have covers. I mean, you are going to have 10s and 11s to cover there, so that's.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
You need that point to win. I mean, this gets down to why I never to begin with. I'm more unfamiliar because you can start seeing how in games like this decision's harder. So earlier, I might not have lifted that point to begin with. I would have made the other play because I like avoiding this kind of situation myself.
Sure.
But
sure.
If you end up doing something over and over and you're more used to it, you see it more often, it's easier for you to play. I love playing containment type games.
Well, so here's a question for you, Roberto. Let's say he hits. Are you taking from the roof? Or with your opponent on the roof here?
It's tough, but I'll take.
Yeah.
It's probably. I mean, it's too fun.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot more, but all the hits cover. I mean, got 6-1, 6-2, 6-4, and 6-5 all cover. I mean, only 6-3 doesn't. That is kind of a lot. You don't have any direct covers yourself.
So here's a clue for you. The crowd can see XG. XG likes making the 12 and splitting.
Oh, great. The crowd sees XG, so we're not going to get any bad comments from everyone. No one's going to be wrong now.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna show it too fast. So don't be afraid to put your comments in there. Just like Roberto, you're allowed to be wrong. It's okay. I see. Hi, Paul Berth. I see you there. Our pleasure. This is a little test, Not everybody is willing to just come up on commentary like Roberto here and be wrong. So I really appreciate that. I have XG in front of me, so it's tough for me not to realize. Like here, I see that the equity of one of these plays is -1. So I know that he's supposed to pass after this play. And this is the play, but will he double? And if he doubles, will Art pass?
He didn't double.
He didn't double.
That's the whole point. Like, if you don't double, I mean, that's the reason behind a lot of times of plays as well. I mean,
yeah, well, and
it could be wrong, but if someone misses the cube, so does that justify how big's the cube miss? Probably is exactly as big as the error was before.
Well, and interestingly enough, this to me seems like it's clearly too good, and he did think about doubling. So it seems really clear that Art, on average, gained in equity there in that sequence, versus the mistake that he theoretically made.
It was a bold play, slotting, and I guess once you have that gap, you have that ability, you're desperate. It's hard to win without that 6 point, and you had an opportunity to hit. He wasn't slotting it; he was hitting them off of it. So that's.
He quickly clears his 6 here. I assume that that's correct, but taking a checker off is nice. You're not really trying to win backgammons. You've got the gammon pretty well locked up. So I think you just clear for safety. I like this play. I'm not sure, though. What do you think, Roberto?
Yeah, I mean, I guess safety's good. I mean, if you get that big doubles, you get another 4 checkers off before you leave the block. So that's always good. I mean, you'd almost take it with the risk involved.
Sure.
Hell, if you did the other play and got the doubles and then got hit, unless it was double 4s, you could double from the roof if he hit you, and I don't think he'd have to take. So,
good point. Good point. It's even though it might get you hit more, it doesn't necessarily mean you lose more because you can just force him out.
Correct. Yeah. If the double 5s and double 6s is legal block, you're gonna have 4 extra checkers off. So that was. So now he's able to make it coveted 6 point.
Yeah, now the hits would be pretty deadly.
Yeah, 6 hits, not this one though. There's the one, but not quite enough. Well, they're not quite deadly though because he has 7 off, right? So 7
True,
off
true.
doesn't make anything deadly per se.
So 3-2 here. I'm just bringing a checker in, taking the crossover.
Yeah, I'd bring it in. It's still good. I mean, it's still a builder for that 2 point. If you end up getting the hit that you need, you're not really looking to make the bar later on if you get hit. You're really looking to close them out because you already have the ace point, and that is a crossover. And he could still save with big doubles, so he needs a crossover.
Now, in case any of you are wondering, I'm intentionally not showing their PRs. You obviously...
I don't like stepping out here. I don't really know the difference, actually. I wouldn't have done that one, but I guess he might have saw that doesn't make a difference because on plays like 4-1, can't scoot forward. He still can't hit. So
oh, you know what? I bet you the reason it's close, it doesn't really matter so much, is because of the backgammons. It didn't occur to me that 2 large doubles would win a backgammon, and so by taking a checker out, you eliminate that possibility. I'm not sure why he wouldn't take a checker off here. I guess you don't want to get a second checker hit. I don't know. Maybe it's clear. Five, 3 misses, but you always run. 2 off the back. I didn't see what they were, so I'm just going to take 2 off here. 4-2. Just takes a crossover, trying to play for doubles as best you can. And 2-1, this is over.
Oh, yeah, now I'll hop in and try to see those back comments for a second.
Yeah, I've got Phil's here, or YouTube here, if you can open up Facebook, just in case anybody's curious. So I did ask the players to pause for me after each game, because I'm going to do the score manually. So it is currently 4-0. It's going to take me just a second to get the score updated.
I see Marianne Meese has joined. Ralph Bird's there. Ken Bain, Gary Olson. Shout out to everyone I see there on Facebook. Philippe, Felix, out of New York. Yeah, great to have everyone around and watching. Anna Clark joining from the UK. I was watching some late night backgammon now. So welcome.
Yeah, I actually pushed this up a little bit, specifically thinking of you guys in the UK. I know a lot of you watched Tim Cross play a few weeks ago in the final, and I loved that.
We love having Brits play in U.S. tournaments. That's great.
It is. I really want the ABT Online Tour to be an international affair. Not always easy. So Phil just let me know that you can't see the PR. That's intentional. I'm not showing PR. I don't want you guys to worry about how they're playing. I want you to worry about what they're doing and the plays going on. We all know there's a lot of variance in this game. People play wide ranges of PRs. I don't want you to think that just because this one match goes well or poorly, it means anything about these players. 4-3 from the bar hits. Very aggressive play. I love it. 3-1 hits back. 6-5. 5 in, 6 hits, like that. I don't know if it's right, but I love the style. Yes, it was right. 6-1 hits again. Do you hit twice here, Roberto?
Where's it in twice on the 8th?
Yeah, just a thought. I mean, it certainly occurred to me.
No, the ace hit is kind of like timing hits, and I don't see you really gaining lots of timing or doing anything because of that. I would just get the checker out of there.
Okay, and that was correct, absolutely. I assume that this 6 is correct because you don't want to get pointed on, but also not that clear to me. Double 2, that's a nice number, so we're going to hit for sure. Do you then make the 5 point and leave all these indirect shots? Or
you could make the 5 point like this, boom, boom, boom. I mean,
that way, yeah.
I like the 5. I like the 5 point.
I do too.
I'd probably lift it. There's a lot of returns, you know. Although you're giving up the prime, but that's a lot of return shots. What's that? You know, all 7s. We got 6, 1 5, 1 4, 2 4, a lot of numbers.
What do you think about not making the 5? What's your play if you don't make it? Do you just make the 11 or?
Go to the 9. Can you go to the 9? There's 2 more after this.
Yeah, you can make the just like this.
This is a reasonable play. This is a good play.
So he was correct not to make the 5. Making the 5 was an error here. So rare that making the 5 is wrong.
Well, here you have a good solid prime setup there. He's blocked. This is. I mean,
what's this cube action?
Probably good right now.
Like, is this too good? Yeah. How much? Let's see. Oh, he is up 4-0. So that's a variable here for sure.
Well, if anything, it kind of leads you toward wanting the plate too good and not wanting the cube if you're not sure if it's a cube or not. A lot of times people just kind of throw it off and then play on because it's not sure, and it's often right because the window's smaller as well. The double take window's smaller at the score.
So funny enough, it was a take according to XG. Still enough wins, I guess. Your opponent doesn't have the 5 point. And then, don't worry, Phil, we won't show it in your match either. The PR. 2-3 to play for Rich here.
Rich. I just play safe as well. Oh, this is a great roll.
Shot. Holy smokes. Oh, I assumed we were going to run, but the 5 prime looks really good. I just didn't see it right away.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's got to be it. Okay. And XG confirms, obviously. 5-2. Do you just make the point, right? I already made the play and then took it back.
I'll make the point here. I'm not going to lift.
Okay, good. Yep, and that is correct. Ooh, okay. He does lift.
Thing is, when you lift, you have to play really efficiently your checkers here. I mean, it's prime versus prime. Efficiency is what it's all about on checker play. And
sure.
You got to use them. You can't waste it. You need every little pip. And there you had it slot. It's going to be really hard to make it. And now there's a big hole. I mean, with 3s and 4s, Art can just keep jumping up and jumping out while you're scrambling to get a 1-6.
Yep, absolutely. I think you have to hit here, or no? You don't have to.
I mean, game plan now is completely changed. He's obviously thinking in his head, God, I should have left that slotted before.
Sure.
So, it's tough. I don't know. I don't think the priming is really, is as strong as an option as it was before with all those dead checkers. It might be time for him just to try to tiptoe home, which is a hard thing to do as well. But
so what about this this play? Are we doubling here with 4 checkers back? We have a prime.
I mean, when he's down, he might. I mean, the other person might get. I mean, he's still taking, but one more roll here. He busts, he's dropping for sure. It's going to be too good. So you could have very easily added ATS match score wise.
5-4 to play here. He steps up, comes in. It all looks solid. It's tough for me to believe that this is a take after this sequence.
Yeah, this is. I would not take this. It's a score. I mean, it's too good. I just hate playing for close, undoubled too goods. It's just not something I like doing if it's really close because the other person, can make mistakes and takes very often. So when you're in that 0-1, 0-2 range, something like that, even 0-3, I really just like doubling it because it pays off. The other person doesn't know what to do. So yeah, I would. I mean, hell, it's 50-something pips, but I would let this go.
Yeah, what percent do you think he has here?
Oh, jeez.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, it probably has low 20s. I don't know. Like
okay, 19. That's a great guess. 22.5%. The key there was, even though that's just about enough to theoretically take, the gammons took that over the edge.
It's always gammon. I mean, it's not a race, so there's always, whenever there's contact, you're going to get more gammon. A lot of times we get confused that we're always thinking, okay, we can take low. 22.5 in a straight race, and there's no gammons. It's a clear take at a normal score.
Wow, look at this sequence. Double one followed by double one.
Great sequence.
Both
Everyone
have
loves
a
getting
4 prime. Oh, and double three.
Double three. Ooh.
Wow.
You know, a little tricky, but he's probably just going to bring all the builders in, you know, edge of the 7. That looks correct. 10-4 is going to whack. Boom. 2-6
6-2.
should probably jump.
Yeah, try to get out of there before you get primed in. 3-2 though, that's going to hit back
Yes.
if he gets
Hit
lucky.
back. This is a fun, immediate prime versus prime game going on here. Really, really fun.
Now, is this a cube? Are we there yet? Because he is. It is
Wait.
5 away, 8 away. He's behind. There's some gammons, but he could just easily get counter primed.
Yeah, this is tough. I wouldn't. He's on roll. He's got 2 on the 8th point. It's an easy scoop. I'd hold off. I mean, Rich is split in the back. If Rich wasn't split, I'd cube
Sure.
for sure.
Sure. Let's see what XG says. No double yet. We're still pretty far off. 0.09. I'll do a little plus action. 0.054. It's getting closer fast. Hey, while they're thinking, I'll roll it out. Let's see what XG.
Well, make Rich not split, and I'll bet you it's a cube.
Ah, yes. That seems clear to me as well. But it also adds gammons for our.
Yeah, it's really hard to blitz when you're stuck behind a prime, when you're one step away from the edge. You can try, there are Gs, but it's just a hard thing.
Sure, fair enough.
Just like here, there is the jumping out play. You could also not jump out. And in a way, it starts duping the low, like the 1, because he'd like to split in the back. Kind of takes it away from him. This is a great number here, because he can hit and stuff to the edge. It's exactly what the magician wanted here.
So I want to talk about a common mistake that players make that actually Art just made. He took some time, he thought about the cube and decided it wasn't a double, but then the very next roll he just assumed it still wasn't a double. And that wasn't a good assumption. His position improved, he had shots, he should have thought about it again. And I know I have XG sitting in front of me, it's easy for me to say that, but if you can just remind yourself that every single roll is a cube decision, you'll avoid these sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah, and we, when we give lessons at the Back-End Learning Center, we always teach a lot of the cube stuff. Exactly that process. Each decision is a cube decision.
Absolutely. Roberto and I both teach.
I just messed up in a chouette yesterday. It was really funny because I'm the captain. Someone else doubles so they can talk, and then we're chatting and playing, so I forget that I haven't cubed yet.
Oh, no.
I'm into it. I still got the cube in there, but it was easy to be distracted, because I'm the one moving the checkers over the board and stuff.
Yep, absolutely.
And I was like, oh, I haven't doubled it, but luckily I still got the take in there. Wasn't quite a pass yet. The one time you're celebrating for a slightly suboptimal roll.
So 5-2 here. What do you think? I'm considering slotting, but I really want to play the 2 up from the back.
Well, it's interesting because if you slot 2 up, okay, then you got your 4s to play. You could do that. You could also do 7-5 as reasonable. This is okay, but again, when I'm stuck behind, I don't really like the blitz. That 3 point's always going to be open, but it stops him from making points. So a lot of times on the bar, when it seems like it's not quite right, it still is. And this is tough.
This would have been a great sequence had he played it the other way. He's doing the little what if in his head, I'm sure.
Dance. Yeah. So as he double slot it, you kind of have to, again, he has to play efficiently probably, and unless he's going to be breaking his 5 point, that's the play he needed to make.
Great roll here for Rich. The 3 coming in on the 3 is just such a killer number. 4-1. Rich should consider doubling from the air if it was a normal score. Am I crazy?
Definitely. I think if it was a normal score, he'd definitely cube. I think what he's thinking about here is just because he's leading, he doesn't want to. He's trying to calculate, well, how good are these recubes going to be? Thing is I don't think if he would have missed, I don't think there's immediate recube if he would have danced. He just has too many checkers back. And I think that would be the bottom line on your decision. So
Standard.
That's probably
Ooh, and he might be making another common mistake. He rolled a very
Yeah.
good sequence. He should consider whether he's too good here.
Yeah, that's when
Double.
you jump windows. I mean, if you're thinking about a cube and then there's a big joker sequence, you could have easily missed it and jumped over it. That's often the sign that you realize that you missed a cube the roll before because it didn't take a lot. But yeah, you got the huge joker of hitting 2. It did. I don't think it hurt there to take a roll for anything. It was no real bad immediate turnarounds, as I remember McGrill saying in one lecture one time, talking about these things, the ITA. There wasn't a lot of immediate turnarounds in that situation, so you might as well just roll on.
Yeah, and just for those of you that are not familiar about cube theory, the most important thing is not really where you're at now, but it's where you can get to. So after you roll and your opponent rolls, are they going to take the cube then? Or is it still a clear drop? And the same is true if you're thinking about doubling, or if you think whether or not you're too good to double. Is there any way after I roll and then my opponent rolls that they're still gonna, they are gonna take a market gaining sequence? We call that. And so it's not, like I say, it's not necessarily about where you're at. It is relevant, but you want to always, think about the possible conclusion, where the position is going to be after you roll and your opponent rolls, and what's going to happen then with the cube.
Can you say that again? It's cube theory is not where you are now, but where you're going to get to.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those things where cube theory applies to an ad for the Marine Corps or something like that.
I love it. Yeah, let us take you.
I was like, wow, backgammon's kind of everything here.
Yeah. So
we may not look like Marines physically, but we still
close enough. Let me just. You see that muscle there? I won't stand up and show you the Corona 20 pounds.
No, you're wrong. It's called the COVID-19.
Oh, that's great. I love that. Oh, is that original? Tell me that's original.
It was original. Yes, it was original.
I love it. That's so good.
Put on there.
Huge roll here.
Put on my team.
Double 4. This is, I think he's just looking to cash most of the time, right? Or maybe play on. Wow. I think I'm playing on. My opponent already has the 1 and the 2 point. What do you think, Roberto?
That's weak. Well, again, there's not a lot of immediate turnarounds here, right?
Yeah.
So how bad does it get? I mean, if he comes in with a 5-4, a 3-2, it's a holding game pattern, and you're still pretty close to a fishing cube with this score. Now I would just I would double those.
And it looks like it was too good by a bit. We'll see what it is now.
Standard challenge level.
Oh, interesting. This is still very much too good.
Yeah, I can see that when someone's not in
Double.
a holding, a lot of times
Drop.
that comes up. But a lot of times people get make mistakes, which made a good laydown. A lot of people see positions and say, "Oh, if I just had the anchor, it wouldn't even be a double." But it's not a holding game. I call those not holding, and they're blowouts because you can point on all these points and lose. And
I made this mistake recently in a match, just a small tournament where I'm like, oh, I've got lots of equity here, but the problem was that all my equity came from something that my opponent could immediately attack. There was no way for me to ever actually get the holding game.
Standard challenge.
And so, yeah.
good cube here from Art. Good early advantage cube. Snap
Double.
take. So that's all you
Take.
really need, generally, especially if you're behind. He had an extra point in his board, and the other guy had an extra checker back. It partly, he escaped the checker, so it was a great cube. And this is just, great roll, going for the throat here. All blitz all the time. Making that
Great
defense,
anchor. Wow.
quote unquote, the best anchor he could at that point. Was a great roll. And he turns it basically into a 2-point game now. Stop the blitz with that roll.
Yeah, incredible sequence there for Rich. Even when he's getting unlucky, he's doing all right here. Sorry about my camera movement. I'm just trying to find the best position. 3-1. I don't know if I like this. I think I was leaving the checkers slotted on the 8, but maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like the in-your-face play sometimes. That kind of bravado, leave it there. When I started playing, I used to do it a lot more. And then I started finding sometimes it was just wrong a lot, so I kind of stopped doing it for a while.
Sure.
I relearned to do it sometimes, but that used to be my de facto play. It's definitely the heads up game play, saying, "Come on, come and get me, come and get me."
Absolutely.
If you do it right, if you act like you're doing it on purpose, sometimes maybe the person, I'm not talking to top advanced players, open players, may think it's not right to hit and leave it. When it is. So if the person doesn't know if it's right to hit, you can definitely confuse them sometimes. And this is just great. This is looking quite gammonish again, especially if you can pick up this other checker. And he does. These are kind of the pseudo blitz. He's got the 2-point anchor, but he's blitzed. So he's basically being blitzed, even though he has an anchor. He's just going to try to scurry them all home. He's not going to be afraid. He's going to be ripping very aggressively here, as you should with the 2-point against the 2-point anchor.
This is a kind of a minor detail, but
fine.
What's your plan here, Roberto? You're bringing these 4 checkers in. Where do you want them? How do you want to distribute your checkers here?
I like kind of using the 5 there as the fulcrum. Some on the 6. I want more on the 5 than on the 6. I definitely like some on the 4. Like here, I'd probably bring it to the 4-point.
Okay.
That one. Just like that. Yeah. And this is actually kind of tricky. Michi would say you don't want to put more checkers in the 1, so you'd rip like this with the 4. You can play more 4s. You are kind of hoping for a 2 in this situation, so you can go 6 to 4.
Okay, yeah.
But if you feel that the G's kind of assured, which it is, it might be right to do 5 to 1 also. It does seem safer. And the G's pretty bad. So I think somewhere in the middle kind of lies the truth. I think this is right DMP. The other plays more aggressive and wins more G's, but the G's kind of so assured that I don't think you need it at this point.
Awkward roll after that. In fact, he would have left his shot. Obviously, all the variables would have changed. I realize the random number would have been different, but it is kind of funny to think about the fact that if the dice were the same, he would have left his shot here.
Ben, the random number necessarily would not have been different.
No, it's fair. I don't know how the random number is generated here, if they use the timing of the roll or something else, but
yeah, people study that and do that. I do these meditation things. I know how to time it so you can kind of get the doubles that you want on Good Gammon.
Oh yeah,
there's a code to be able to do that. Yeah, it's really highly influential, and you kind of have to transfer money to a direct deposit anonymous account to get that.
Oh, I see. Just to be clear, Gabriella, he's kidding. Don't bar him from the site. No, she knows. By the way,
I love all the complaining to dice and stuff all the time. So it's like, ooh, great roll. Look at this. Rich desperately looking to jump out here, and he can't move. Double 1s. The worst in the cup, in his opinion. Oh, there's BG's here. He wants big numbers. Oh, 6-1. Oh, BG.
Did he get it?
Wow, he got it.
Wow.
So they started off past the jump. He did get the BG. Turn this puppy right around now. And that turned it. Now it's 1 away, 4 away, Crawford. It's 18.5% here for Rich. Huge swing, figuring he was just winning 5-2. And he was thinking he was going to go down.
He was licking his chops. I mean, and now it's 8-5. Here, let me get the score updated for you guys. You can see it on the bottom there. I'm going to go ahead and use the asterisks to indicate Crawford.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I know I was catching up a little bit on the XG feed, but we are caught up now. Double 4 is a pretty good number. Are you just playing a pure race here? The Gammon does save you a game. It takes you from 25% to 50-50. The Gammon has a lot of value. I think I'm attacking. I like this play. What do you think, Roberto?
Well, Gammon value is normal at this score. It does quite save a game, but it's not really a Gammon go-ish situation. There's a mistake. What saves is obviously Art's Gammons are Monopoly money.
Sure.
So it's normal on one side, but yours are normal. But it's just always juicy to make this play. I equate this like in the opening roll. You just want to do that because it feels right, and you don't want to necessarily if you start racing, that's your only game plan. Here you have multiple game plans. So I can see it being close, but I normally I tend to make if it is a mistake to make the play that Rich made there.
Okay, yeah, and that was correct. Let's see by how much. The next play is okay. It's just hitting 1. 4-3 here, 5-3. So now Art is hoping to just make this a pure race. Certainly could happen. 4-1. We're gonna come
Art's
down.
ahead in the race, so yeah, just bring it down to the 8 point here. Which is...
And sorry, I lost the pip count at some point there, but it's back now. So 5-1.
Yeah, Art after this, he's up, 9 pips.
Yeah, do you just play this weird safe play?
You kind of stuck, and you kind of have to.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I might go 8-5 here. I just want to leave the 6 to play the way I want it. Instead of getting closer. This is probably reasonable too. They're probably all good, but I just like the 6 exactly playing in because I don't want to play the 6s the other way. And this is getting really awkward. This is kind of great for Rich because if he does run out of time, he's going to be happy to give it up once he makes the board because Art has nothing. He's had lots of waste.
Double 6, holy smokes. He doesn't really want to play that race anymore, does he? Oh, maybe he does. Look at that.
Double 5. That's really his best stake.
And the contact he's creating here. This is excellent, I think.
Yeah, he could just clear the midpoint here.
Maybe he's supposed to. I thought in XG
Still
degrees.
really close. He's only up by 6 pips after the roll. It means he's barely ahead with a little more wastage. So if he can get this relative timing, it will be Rich the first person to bust. And Art has the chance now to remake his board. So this may be play. If he was further ahead in the race, I'd leave the 11 point. And I'd leave the checkers on the 11. But I think with this amount of difference only, I think I like this play.
Wow, I love this.
Whoa.
Paying now. I didn't even consider it, and I should have. This could easily be right because
because of the 2 blots, but I don't know.
I think I'm paying now. I don't think it gets better. I just don't think it gets better than that. Like, it's a lot of shots, but your opponent has 2 blots. We'll find out. I could just be wrong.
If the race was dead even, you weren't ahead in the race to do it, which made it hard. And a great roll here for Art.
Paying now was correct, but which way to pay now was actually the question. And it is very close. Not super close, but close enough that, nobody's going to worry too much about it. We got 2-1 fan.
Ooh, 5-2.
5-1.
Okay, so this is going to be a race. Ooh, stays back, so this is tough. It's close. Rich probably has to kind of... The thing is, when he leaves, he's leaving the small numbers to hit. If he stays back, he's also leaving the small numbers that pick and pass. If he plays inside, he's developing wastage, and this race is too close for that.
So how about Art's play here? Do you hit? Are you better off hitting or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Better off hitting.
Better off hitting. All right. So then the only question is, how do you hit?
Again, he doesn't want to lose to G, but I have a little rule of thumb here when you know kind of when to hit, how close the race is, whether you want to give up the shot. If you think about it, he is leading, but he's not leading quite by enough to lead the shot.
Sure.
I mean, tough not. I mean, he has to hit, but there's no cube. So what's scary is to kind of it actually makes it a harder decision for me to figure out, because when the other person has the cube, what's really scary is to be close in a race with the other guy having a cube.
Yeah.
That's something to feel. A lot of times people are afraid to hit. But I'm saying, no, be afraid of it, the race being close and them having the cube. That's a lot scarier than when they're going to hit you 11 out of 36 times. You're going to lose a lot more if they have the cube in a race. But yeah, that's a hit. Art's just great with numbers and counting and figuring it all out. So no matter what I say, I would bet on Art to make the right decision.
And he did. He absolutely did.
Chose as well. I did choose the hit, and he did. And so this is just bringing it home now.
What do you think he is to win this match here?
97%.
You're
Oh,
close.
it's a match? I mean, this game is 97%. The match, a lot more.
If he wins this game, he wins the match.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, he can still win the match.
Oh, sure.
Even in that 3% of the time that he doesn't, he's still going to win the match 75% of the time. So, match winning chances for Rich at that position were probably below 1%.
And sorry about the jump in Grid Gammon there. There was probably a glitch in my internet, but it looks like it's over. Art Benjamin, Math the Magic, takes the match. Very well done. A fun one. We will be back at 4:30. I'm going to leave the slideshow running. We'll be back at 4:30 for the next round. That's going to be Phil Simborg versus Dave Staggs. Promises to be another exciting match. Roberto, are you going to be able to start us off with that? I know you said you had to go at some point.
Yeah, I will be able to start that off. I will be able to be around. For most of that, it's an online match. I got to take off at around 5:30. But,
okay, great. Well, definitely love having you. Before I go from this one, I just want to remind everybody about some things that are going on. We have the ABT online tour that is happening about every other week. And what we did is we went ahead and just took our, previous live tour stops and we started creating online tournaments centered around those. And so this last weekend, this tournament was the Michigan ABT Online Backgammon Championships. And next weekend, 2 weekends from now, will be Ohio. Now that event, I'm still wrapping up all of the planning, but we are going to have a more Swiss 3-loss format. And the schedule is on the website. You can get a link from the registration site, which is on the ABT online calendar. I have the URL up on the screen here, www.usbgf.org/ABT online-calendar. You can also check out the points race there. And yeah, lots of fun backgammon online. We had 120 players this last weekend. Entry fees are very low. There are, of course, tournament fees to help pay for my time and others that are helping with the tour. Also want to announce the 2020 Viking Backgammon Classic has just been added to the calendar. This is the tournament that now hosts the Grand Crystal Beaver Jackpot. This is the most classic jackpot, I think, that's been running. Just a beautiful Swarovski Crystal Beaver for the winner of that tournament. And they are going to reward that trophy this year. So very excited about that. Roberto, what do you want to plug? I know you're working with Michi on his new book, right?
Yeah, well, Michi's coming out with a new book next month about game plan. It's going to be quite exciting. And we're looking to ship out a bunch of those as soon as it's released. Everyone can kind of Facebook me or message me if you want to get beyond the first 100 copies of the book sold. Michi's going to be offering a kind of a Zoom lecture quiz presentation for those people, kind of like an invite for those people. So if you're interested in that, do that. We also like plugging back in the Learning Center if people like learning, learning backgammon and things you talked about. Check it out. There's tons of people, top grandmasters, Steve Sachs, Dirk Schumann, Phil Simborg that's going to play also, giving lessons. Lots of good people on there to give sessions. I'm not taking new students right this time, but there are lots of good people that are.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also a Backgammon Learning Center teacher, and I'm also not taking new students. I'm doing a lot of work with the ABT Online Tour, but we have plenty of teachers that are. On that same realm, I also want to plug we got something coming up. The USBGF is going to be doing 8-player Pick-a-Pro jackpots. For a small entry fee, you'll play an 8-player jackpot, and the winner gets to pick a pro to have a lesson with. And I know we have a couple of pros that you probably know Kerry Horty, young player from Ohio. He's a math major at the University of Cincinnati. We have Jonah Seawald. And I know we have other pros lined up. I don't have the names off the top of my head, but watch for an announcement on the USBGF mailing list. If you're not a USBGF member, you should definitely consider joining. We now have a reoccurring membership every quarter. It's $10 for basic, $15 for premium, and there are many benefits that come with that. We have a magazine if you're a premium member. We also have positions. We have video archives. We have online tournament series, both this live ABT Online series and a online circuit which does a weekly scheduled match format. Lots of content on there. Definitely check it out. usbgf.org. There's a link to membership at the top. And yeah, with that, I think we will go ahead and kill the audio for now. We'll be back at 4:30 with Phil Simborg versus David Staggs. Promises to be another great match. The winner of that will play Art Benjamin in the finals. Yeah, hope you'll stick around. We'll see you in about a half hour, and Roberto and I will be here.
See ya.
Okay, we are back. Phil and Dave are getting set up now. Let me just get that pulled up here. All right. Looks like Roberto's not quite back yet, so I will give him just a minute here before I tell them to get started. Awesome, there's Roberto. Got everybody. Oh, did I turn the audio on? I did, all right. So I'm gonna let them know to get started. Welcome back, Roberto. Hope you got a little snack or something.
Yeah, who should I watch?
Watch Phil. I've got Phil on bottom playing black and Dave on top playing blue. And let's see. Player names.
Phil,
Get
what
the
are you
pip
doing?
count in there. And they're just chatting right now. 6-2, we're off. All right, so 6-2 played normally. Oh, runs. Okay, yep. Perfectly fine option. They're all very close. There are many purists that, you know, would balk at that, but it's not that big of a deal if it's a style thing, especially. Double 4 for Dave. Excellent shake. He's
I'll make
definitely
the
gonna
9.
hit. Yeah, it's funny. I have found that I underestimate making the 9 a lot, so it wouldn't surprise me.
When in doubt, make the 9. 9's a great point. It's a great outfield blocking point. It's normally part of the prime, especially having done stuff early. And if not, it's like a little builder reserve out there to make points further in.
2-3 here, just gonna play down. You could try to clear the oh gosh, this play. What the 16 point? I like this play, but we're not really.
Anchor fast. I mean that medium anchor. I might have made my 5 there when he did that, especially since this guy already had the 9. I don't like having the 3 point when my opponent has the 9 point.
Yeah.
So here he should probably upgrade, even though he's down by a lot.
He is down by a lot, but he does have the little straggler that can.
Yeah, I'd only upgrade to the 4. This is right. I don't like going all the way up because he's behind enough that, you know, this is better contact.
So funny enough, you are XG doesn't like it. You're so far down that XG just says, "Look, you got to stay back."
Stay back on the 3 point. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, unless maybe not. No, I misread it. I didn't see, 2 to the 4. I saw 2 to the 21, and I misread it. This was the right play. Absolutely the right play.
Okay.
5-1. Wow. So yeah, you just make the point, right? I like this play. I assume it's right. 5-2.
Well, you keep staying back. He's still building his prime here more and more. Kind of waiting still for the attack, for the hit. He's got the whip back there on the ace point, which is always good, and the anchor. So it's a good point. That's probably a cue for sure. I mean, this is definitely a cue. Maybe I wasn't even looking the roll before. It could easily been a cue before.
Double.
Wasn't thinking about that, but
Yeah, it was very close to roll before, but because he didn't have his 5 point yet, I liked not doubling. It looks like it is close even after plus plus. Are you taking this? That's
This is a
really the
tough
question.
decision. I mean, if you didn't have that whip back there, you don't take it. And I agree with letting this down.
Drop.
I mean, behind so much. The equity is not in the raise. It's only in the contact with that guy in the ace point. Your prime's good, but you still had some rolls. I'm not afraid to let that go, especially at the beginning of the match for the first point.
Yeah, you and I agree with that general mentality. Like, I'm not so worried about making a mistake early on. You know, I might pass it, might take it, kind of depending on how I'm feeling. All right, so Dave had the opening roll. Let me get caught up here. Go ahead and just...
No, it wasn't blitzy. I mean, there was not a lot of G's there. I mean, that extra checker back does add a few, but they also add a bunch more wins as well. Well, this is pretty stacky here for Dave. It was tough. Could have easily been right to jump all the way out there. They're desperately looking to get out from the back. Does not get it, but he gets an attack number instead, which he's very happy to have. Interesting. So there's one more. He's not going to roll it back to say, wait, what did I do? What do I hit? What do I make? You definitely need to unstap to 6 here. There's too many checkers on the 6 point.
Yeah, and you can make the 2, so that seems great.
The really odd play here, which would be a rarity to see 6-2. You'd almost never see that, but he's so stacked. The 5th check on the 6 point at this point is complete overkill. The reason I don't like this is you're still so stacked on the 6, so you know, it's either bring it down like this, it seems reasonable, unless there's the exception. I mean, you have to find the exception of when it's right to dump something on 2 points. If you're not sure, it's better to play pure like Dave did. It's hard to find when it's right to dump that extra checker with 2.
Well, you definitely had the right idea there. XG likes dumping the extra checker this time. But it's close to come down.
Play, but sure, I would not recommend going for it. You're going to be wrong more often than you're right dumping checkers.
Sure.
That's the thing that you just not do unless you're pretty sure for solid reasons.
So now, do you make the... What point do you make here? I mean, lots of good options.
Again, again, you know, I'm so stacked. I like developing the checkers from the 6 point somehow. So I'm a big kind of fan of the 3 point. I think we mentioned last game.
Now, this is a big play.
That's definitely big. I like making the 3. I'm not sure if it was the hit, but it very well, you know, it could be.
2-5 here. Do you bring it in, bring it down, bring it out? There's so many options.
When in doubt,
Bring it out. It rhymes. All right, 6-4 fans. This has got to be a cue.
I want that to be right, the rule of thumb, because it rhymes. So.
It looks like in was right by a tiny bit.
He is ahead a lot in the race, so that's the deciding factor. If he wasn't ahead by that much, then it would reverse course. So he's really kind of trying to tiptoe home here. And that was a great roll for that, getting the checkers out and a dance. I think this is probably too good for this roll.
Yeah, it was a really clear pass last time, so I have to believe that it's too good now, and yes, it is.
It goes so fast we couldn't talk about it before.
Yeah.
There's nothing really bad. You can play all his small numbers. You can play 2-1, 2-1, you know, his double ones, 3-1. 6-5 is one of his weaker numbers. He can still make a point if he wants to.
6-4 here. We're probably attacking an extra checker. This looks fine. Any thoughts?
Yeah, no, you just attack, and now you keep playing on to attack as well.
Oh, big swing here. Double 5. We can't hit, but what do you do?
You get up.
Yeah, it's just plan on passing next roll, huh? That makes sense. Yeah, and in fact, everything that's not too good is...
Don't waste clock time. This is a double here, and he has to let it go. Maybe if he thinks a lot, he'll trick Phil into thinking it's not really a double. He plays. He doesn't think it's a cue. Now he's gonna have to hit.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's playing on here.
Now gonna get hit.
Yep. Phil's got to make a...
It's gonna be throw, and you know he could double this one there.
Oh, interesting. Phil's thinking about coming out. Maybe he thinks that
it before.
Right.
Maybe Phil's probably trying to find a play that what will he not double if he didn't double before.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
And I think he clearly still needs to double. And this gets scarier for people. It's scary for people to cube from the bar. You have to do better than normal, but I would jump at it.
Decides to come
Maybe
out.
He's afraid to have to take the cube if he hits and he didn't want to. Because he can lose lots of G's. But again, he doesn't cube, and he's getting these bad numbers. What do you do? I just safety, make the board, save to that one checkers doesn't break, and just compare to hit him back when you have the 5-point board. But this is it's awkward. You definitely don't want 3 blots, and you want your board to be beast. Because it's going to be a hitting game now. He's finding ways to get the market. And
Yeah, these are...
I would not necessarily have done that play. I would like having the board. I wanted my 5-point board. So that when you come in as and hit, you don't get hit back like this. It's exactly why I wanted my 5-point board. You didn't want that block there.
Yeah.
The 5-point board is so scary. Phil might not have hit. It's scary to have that board. And now what's this?
Got to just come in, I think, right? Trying to minimize the amount of shots. 3-2 should still hit, though, right? Ooh, no covers.
Yeah, you're going to have to put him off balance because it's going to leave a shot if he doesn't hit.
Sure, sure.
That's the reason. Not that he's afraid for covers.
5-1 fans.
Horrible.
Oh, and Phil auto rolls. I would start thinking about doubling. Am I crazy? I must be crazy. XG says I am. It's allowed. Double 3 fans. Now what? Now is he going to cube from the bar?
Who's on roll right now?
Yeah, so Dave is on roll.
I don't think he's cubed from the bar. He just didn't cube before. So
Sure. But would you have cubed from the bar? That was more my question.
Against a 4-point board, and Phil has the anchor, I don't know. The other ones were much juicier. It looks like there's going to be better opportunities.
Yeah, all right. XG does like the cube from the bar, but it's such a weird position because you and I both would have had this cube in long ago, and so it's tough to imagine we would have gotten
that happens a lot in these situations. That's the problem sometimes you play through people's matches on like a backgammon studio or something. Like you would have doubled, and then each turn you're supposed to be making the cube decision after that.
Yeah.
It gets confusing. You start seeing stuff. Well, I don't see this because I would have doubled this a long time ago.
Absolutely. 5-4 here. We have to run. From where though? From the back? Or do we bring a checker down? We could hit. We could attack.
This is an interesting play for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My first instinct is definitely to run.
It's scary to break that anchor while you have a blot. That sort of goes. That's sort of like what's that called? Squatting.
Yeah.
Or something.
Well, so if you attack, you're hoping that he just fans and then you can cover one of them? I mean, is that...
Yeah, well, the attack is saying, hey, look, I got a double anchor back there. I'm behind in the race. It's not a balanced position, though. It might be right to come out with both of them here.
Yeah, what do you think your DMP play is? What do you play if it's just for win percentages?
The DMP play. Oh no, you probably have to run from the back.
Yeah, so the DMP play is to hit. You win about 5% more by hitting.
So the DMP play is hitting.
Yep, which it's tough to believe that you lose too many gammons to not hit. You know, once you know that a DMP play is that clear, then you pretty much know. 5-4. Is he thinking about doubling? Oh no, it was a fan. So now Phil is thinking about doubling this. It's tough. He doesn't even have enough checkers to close the board. But wow, double one. What a number! He's going to make the point, and now.
He can double this. He can double this because the person, seeing how he's been cautious to cube, could feasibly pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, he recovered there, and it's not. But on the board with a 5-point board, there's not a lot in the zone, but you can double for that reason. So here he's going to safety the block.
So for those of you watching the XG feed, apparently I missed a one somewhere. I've got a checker out of place. So some of these plays may end up being wrong. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It's weird. I have no idea.
Not only do we have to play better than XG, we have to play better than XG with a set up different position.
Right, exactly. Oh, but I can actually fix it here with the double two. This double two is not the actual play.
Double six.
Wow, what a sequence.
Amazing that the cube has not been turned ever in this game so far.
Oh, and look, Phil's going to make this big play for contact. He knows he's just passing, though.
What's your over-under on missed cubes in that last game?
Oh, it's not fair. I've seen every one of them.
Wow. I mean, without getting, I would put 5 at the over-under.
Yeah, I think I'd take the over on that.
Okay.
There were a lot, for sure. 3-2 here. He's going to make the 11. The other golden point. Gotta make the 11 when you can. 5-4. Definitely going to clean up the blot, but then what? Do you step up? Do you just clean up completely?
I thought the 11 was the 10 point.
No, the what?
It's 10, or like the aluminum point, but 10 is what, the tin can point.
I don't know. I was talking with Stick one time, and I'm like, I don't understand why I'm supposed to make the 11 here. He says, because it's the 11 point. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, it's the 5 points? He says, yeah, it's the 11 point. You just make it. And obviously, there's a lot of variables there, but...
Stick 6, what I learned years ago from Stick, is he just said, random outfield points are good.
Ah, yes, absolutely.
I look at something, I'm like, okay, just grab the random outfield.
Double 4. Wow, Phil is so happy he made the 7. Even though XG says it was wrong, this double 4 would have been a huge swing. So now, what do you do with it? If you're Dave, I guess you're making the 9 and then just bringing checkers in. Oh, he can run from the back. I didn't even see it.
Well, you can't run from the back all the way, though.
Right. So you just make the 3. Yeah, all right. I could see this. 4-3.
The good thing about it kind of keeps the typical structure of you still have the mid or stand it. You need the communication. I call it like the lighthouse out there for the guys that are stuck back in the ocean.
Now, this play's clear to me. I assume it's clear to you, Roberto.
This is 5-4 for Dave, so he's going to hit.
Right. I agree. Hitting is super clear here. He does not hit, though.
You kind of have to look at the race and say, oh, he's down. I mean, I can glance. It's like you need the pip count on these fast movements, because when you're over the board, you can sit and count and get it right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of plays that tell you what to do.
Quick double, quick take.
Every cube decision, I recommend, whether you're playing over the board or live, just use this as a time to take a breath and see what's going on. Make sure you see all the checkers and count it, even when you know you're taking. It's not a heads-up money play against people. We're going to psych them out.
Right, right.
You want to get things right. You see it a lot, really fast cubes, really fast takes, and you're like, whoa, we might even miss it on the commentary. It's so fast.
Dave finally comes in. He had to be just pretty disappointed with how many times he danced there. So now we have a 3-1. I would definitely hit here. Yep, 2-5. Now what? You can't clean up the checker. Do you try to get away? I don't think you can. Maybe 10-5's clear. What do you think, Roberto?
I'm missing seeing the whole play here. I did not.
Oh, yeah.
It was already partially played. I did not get to see that.
Okay, yeah, he had to enter, so that was the first part. 1-4 is going to
This
hit.
is
5-4
Shut
dances.
up. Whoa, what's going on
Wow,
here?
this has got to be close
Keep
to a
going.
recube. I wonder how close it was.
Back on the bar. Wait, I missed that one too.
Got to keep up, Roberto.
Really? Oh, here's the dance. Whenever there's a dance, I must say, whenever there's a dance, I just miss it when I'm looking at it. It pops up, it disappears, and I see a roll. And I keep thinking it's the other guy's roll, over and over. So sorry about that.
No, it's all good. For what it's worth, it wasn't even close to a recube. I was just wrong there, and this is definitely not a cube. Knowing that, and I should have probably known it anyway, is that we've just got too many checkers back. 5-1, great shake by Phil, brings them both in. Double 2. What is this? This is just coming around to them, probably making the mid again. I don't think we need to clean this checker up. I'm leaving that checker where it's at, but maybe not. Maybe. Oh no, it's a great play. I am wrong again. Time to let Roberto do the talking. 4-2.
Gonna let Roberto be wrong for a while.
Right? Yeah, exactly. In fact, it was really clear. I would have blundered there for sure.
I was just letting you kind of burn all your fuses.
Yeah. So we got a 4-2 to play. He's gonna have to leave some indirect shots. Do you play big and just leave them all? Do you move? Oh gosh, yeah.
I don't play another checker to the 2-point.
I hate that play, but I mean, I get where he's coming from. It's so tough to just leave all the blots in the outfield. 2-3.
You're gonna have to do it after 2. I mean, so what? On that same game plan, he's gonna do this now. So, I mean, at least he's stuck to his same idea, and he has to kind of keep doing it. So once you get into a groove, that's your theme.
4-2. Oh gosh,
That's
I missed
all
a play.
right.
3-2.
Yes,
4-2. 6-5. He can come out now. Nice.
well, he comes out.
Oh no! I missed that. Oh my.
Go to the 6th. Yeah, I think he has to go to the 6th here. And here's the hit that he's been fearing. This is just rough. I mean, this is what happens in these games. You think you're playing safer by not leaving the shot before, and it just ends up being crunched and ugly.
Yeah, definitely.
This might be the play that he hits full 1. I mean, he wants to see his board to crash more, to close him out. This is kind of a classic kind of pseudo trap play. You get things like this.
Yep, I can see it. Just trying to get him to bring a couple checkers out before he stacks. So this was very good for him.
So yeah, now you just played in. That kind of plays perfectly right where you wanted. Oh, he gets a 6, so he did not have to break the 4-point board. So his board's still decent. It looks like they're going to be able to maintain the 4-point board. So he's still going to have
6-1.
a little bit of race equity in there.
Yeah, definitely. What is the race?
And
98 to 78.
He can hit some. He has wastage, which is even kind of worse than that. I mean, he basically needs boxes to get back into it here. But shots are bad. I mean, what's this? 6-5 is very awkward. 4-3 plays well. Now the 6-4 is awkward. 2-1 perfect roll here. Exactly what Phil ordered.
So do you run here?
I wait a roll to run. It's not going to be quite as stacky next turn. He might break the checker off the 6-point. I just play it in. Play
Okay.
less than 3.
For what it's worth, it's very close, but running is correct. 6-2.
Just thematic. So, for example, now when you run, it's not as bad. The less numbers point on you, basically. Or he had a blot in his board or something. Well, look at this. 2 double 4s. If he gets a big double 6 or something, he's in it. 5-1's not what he ordered. And you should change the score, I'm hearing.
Nah, yeah, I already did. 6-3. I don't think I'm going to keep up with the bear off here. It's funny, we didn't have very many bear offs in the last one, I now realize.
That was a great shake there, Phil, to keep ripping. But big double here, and Dave would have been right back in it. That's what I was saying. He always kind of had that. He was always holding on to some race equity. Whoa, wrong 2 there. There you go. Do this. Double 3s above a live. That's what he needs after a great roll. And double 4s. The race equity held on to pull it out. He didn't get the recube in, but 4 zip now. Dave went up. That's a heartbreaker. Whenever that happens, you want a breather. It's like, what just happened?
Yeah, that was pretty brutal.
That's sort of like your best batters up with, you know, runners on second and third, you know, 3-1 pitch and line drive out, double play or something. It's like, whoa, where'd that come from? You know, I'm missing baseball. I haven't seen baseball forever.
Yeah, no doubt.
Baseball knowledge is weak. I haven't seen it. I'm not even that as excited as I would be for baseball season. I don't know what I'm watching. Yeah.
These guys are playing quite fast. Sorry about the score and such. I'm trying to keep up here. I think we're caught back up. So we have a 6-1. What do you do with this?
Hold on, I've quit really fast to see the comments for a second.
Yeah.
I've seen fix the score, update the score, what Joe said. So
yeah.
Definitely got the score going.
Wow, what did I miss there? 8265. Ah, I see. And now a cube.
We got Frank DiMaggio, Joe Feldman,
Double.
the Magician, Art Benjamin, watching after his victory before.
Great take there. And not
Carlos.
a cube. 2-1's a great sequence. 6-3 comes in. 5-3. Probably going to keep attacking, or does he run now?
Garber, shout out to everyone that I saw that.
I guess he
We'll
just...
go back to the
Oh, he does attack. 5-3 hits back. He's got to start getting away here.
Ooh. Yeah, he's hemming. This is going to be interesting. Ooh, great.
Oh,
roll.
wow. What a sequence.
So he needs to hop, skip, and a jump and does not get it. This is, ooh, too good now.
Wow, this is really rough.
Well, too good. I mean, he has the Q, but I mean, he's going for G for sure. It's, this is a wipeout. This is just scary.
Yeah, this is why he needed to run with the 5-3. It was fairly close, but this was the risk he took by trying to blitz, and it did not work out this time.
It's how long you actually get back on your feet in this kind of game to show you how bad wasted checkers are when you bust, or how much you need to play naturally to make sure you're not going to crunch in position.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need that flow because, ooh.
He's getting cute here. He knows he's too good, or, well, he knows he's got a lot of gammons here. He's trying to find a way to break the ace-point holding game.
The answer to the trivia question when you ever see these messed up positions, say, how'd they get to something like this? A good guess is always like double 4s.
Yeah, fair enough. Gets the 1 here. Another 1-6. I'm just going to run. That makes sense to me. 4-5. Just...
The more here, he's going to pick up.
Oh,
checkers.
wow, he gets it.
Oh, wow,
makes the
look
4.
at that.
Oh, is he supposed to make the 4 or attack?
He can attack too. He can do whatever he wants. I
Yeah.
like it doesn't matter. You can attack. If you attack, if you make a point, when it makes another point, you can play to strip the points if it makes both of them. So I make the 4. But I can play to trap after the checkers, after to rip them off the anchors.
Sure.
Either way, I like the 4 so much. I'm not afraid of him making a point. He's not going to play a back game on me. There's no back game. He's just getting crushed.
And you're correct to make the 4, absolutely. Making the 1 is a pretty big mistake here, so let's see if Phil finds it.
A lot of times people get a paranoid of the second anchor, but remember, look at the whole board. He's not playing a back game. He's not doing anything.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Absolutely.
First thing you'll do is pull him off the 2-point and crush him there and have him be stuck back on the ace point if he makes it. You know, you don't care if he does that. You can easily pull him out and strip him.
So Phil does decide to try to take him off the ace point. 5-4 hits another checker, makes the ace. So he's looking at a lot of backgammons now if he can bring this around. Not a lot, but he's looking at definitely some backgammons here if he can bring it around fast enough. Definitely doesn't want him making that point. Oh, but he
Oh.
can't do anything about it.
I think he was bringing it into the 6 here, gives him an extra builder to pound away. And he gets the 4 that he wanted. So this is the kind of thing I was afraid of. Oh, I would have made the 4 before. You know, afraid of, quote unquote. You're not afraid of losing, but
Sure.
it just hems in your crushing, closing out, and
This is a bad
takes
number.
away your damage chances.
You
as
have to
well.
leave a shot here. 5-1 is forced. This is all you got. You hope that if you
Yeah.
get hit, you can attack back somehow. 6-2. Oh, it's one of his worst hitting numbers, as weird as that sounds. He really didn't want to break from the back like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it right to lift that last checker? Is he that afraid of getting hit with a loose 4?
You know, I
up
was
another
thinking
check?
the same thing, and XG did not flag it, so it must be okay. In fact, it was just
Well,
correct.
let's see if
Yeah.
it flows. How bad is doing something else? It's just pure save mode.
0.05 or so was everything else, or worse. So it was actually fairly clear, as weird as that sounds. Now this one is just hitting, right? Okay, I think he just maybe didn't see it, or
Well, it's clear because he's basically in gammon save mode yet. He's still not thinking of winning.
that's funny. Yeah, I was thinking about winning, but you're right. It is more about saving gammons. Well, actually, you know, XG thinks that it's just about winning here. By playing 9-1, you only win 12.3. You get gammoned 0.25%. By playing 16-8 and hitting, you.
Well, I was talking about the play. when
Oh
he's
no,
safe.
I got it backwards. Yeah, you win a lot more and you lose more gammons, but you're just trying to win. Yeah. Unfortunately, XG is only as good as the user, and you know, sometimes we are human. What do you do with this double 1?
Man, it's awkward. But I just get closer to get home when they win.
Okay, yeah, just bring it around and hope not to get hit.
Yeah.
It's
I guess you could do that too, but you know, I don't know.
yeah, you know, XG does like this play. Just minimize shots. Double 5 does not hit, but it does get you off the rest of these gammons, I think. Yeah, not very many gammons after either play, either reasonable play.
Now there's some win chances
Yeah,
for getting up there.
20%
You know.
if he runs.
And up back into the race. So 'cause he has hitting and race now. Look at this. He does this. He does have the 4-point board. He just needs to hit a shot here, and he's going to get it. If he hits this shot, we got an even race.
Doesn't get it though. Gonna run with the
Hurt,
6-2.
and leaves it. So now Phil's going to be able to attack, but not with this number. You can't rip. Probably go 5-2 is the safest. This wins more of like rip just down to a race, but if he stays back, gives him kind of more contact. But he doesn't. He leaves. I probably would have stayed back there for the 6-2 or whatever.
So can Dave pull out another race here? Unlikely,
I'm
but
calling this one 4-2. I'd update the score now.
yeah. The problem is I have to keep up with the bear off.
Because you're transcribing it at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Here, I don't even have to. Now that I'm sure of who's gonna win, I'm just
You don't
gonna
have to transcribe. Yeah, because then
rip them
when
off.
it's all done, you get the other game.
So we got 2-4 now.
So, what's this? 5 away, 7 away. 5 away, 7 away is around 6.5 each. So 13, 63, 37 or something like that. What I would. Do I pin it?
Oh, Phil takes the big play here. Makes the 11, slots the 5. I probably would have made the 9, but Phil picks one of the other right plays. There's many there.
Yeah, we do. Well, often with the spare 1, you don't know what to do with. It's right to slot early game.
Great roll here by Phil. Is he going to slot the 4 or is he going to bring it in?
No, I'd bring it in. Man.
Yeah, you're winning the race. I think that makes sense. Although isn't winning the race anymore?
Great
or
turn shot, though.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know what? You just slot the 3. Yeah. Not a good roll.
2-1. Probably just slotting both points because you're up in the race by a bit.
You can do this. You can make the 3. Oh, look at this. Boom. Turns the race around.
Yeah, went from close to not at all very quickly. No cube though. I guess it is still close. Yep, that makes sense.
I see. He's trying to keep more timing there on the 8 instead of going 4. That could be right, actually, to go to the 2. You give yourselves that extra step of timing here. Kind of behind the anchor. Gives you a little extra play to wait. This is a waiting game. He's looking to get doubles or a 5-4 or something. When he's a little more stripped, he'll take the pin out with, 5s. 5x, like 5-4, 5-3. But right now, he just wants, to get double 2s through 5s right here.
Oh, he decides to race this off.
This is a blunder if he comes out and does this.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go to win this race.
Things are quite as simple in backhand. When you're behind, you maintain contact. There's a few exceptions. When it's very close in the race, Phil being ahead 8 pips, it's not close.
Right.
Phil's way ahead.
Right.
It's when you're down by 4 on roll, it's even. Okay, Phil's on roll winning by 8. He's ahead by a ton. And he would have probably cubed it if he had stepped up all the way.
And this looks like it's over. That double 5 is going to seal it.
Yeah, this is a double pass.
I already updated the score, so we should be going to 3-4 here to 9.
Standard challenge level.
If he was up by 10 more, he could just roll on for 2 good because it would be a relevant race.
Yeah, exactly.
2-1 double 6s doesn't get the other guy back into it. You can just play on.
3-6 hits. Nice little sequence. Phil's hoping to do something after his opponent started off with the 5-point here. Strong opening by Dave. 5-2. What do we do with this 2?
Yeah, this looks reasonable here. You're just so bad. I mean, if you have less than 8 checkers in your home board, there's nothing you can do. I don't know if I like the hit because you're attacking with 7 checkers. It just...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was very close between a couple plays. Actually, it does look like the hit is up there, though. 0.05, so I say very close. It's not great. Double 4. What a number. Look at this. So this is going to either, attack on the 5 and the 7? Is that the idea here? You could make the 2 though. Oh wow. What are you doing? I don't even know where to start, Roberto. What are you doing here?
And it's a lot of 4s. Generally, making a point and hitting 1s is better than hitting 1s.
Okay. Fair.
But generally, I didn't see exactly what was going on there. He is kind of outboarded there, but he does have an advanced anchor, so he can be aggressive. So. But this is awkward. It worked out how he did it. That's a good one to go look back at after. I mean, there's always so many options with doubles. It's hard for me to see it and explore the options because I need to play around with them.
Sure. Wow, double 5. So all of a sudden he's winning this race, right? Yeah. Did you just come out? Up by 9 after the play.
Yeah, you can.
Just play the race, which is your best game plan, it looks like. Your opponent has an anchor, so they're trying to play a holding game, which generally means you're going to race against that. Or try to break it if you can, which in this case is not possible. 3-2, I'm just double slotting here, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, this is all fine. 6-2.
Fine, you probably weren't going to get a shot this roll, so it gives you time to, kind of the insta board in that situation. You have to, right when the person disengages is the best opportunity to do the double slot presto board action. Because their game plan is not to leave a shot and go back to what they just left.
So now what? Do we break the 15? Do we just... Yeah, he does.
Bosch went for this. He pays now because of the 2 blots. So that looks correct. Kind of got that behind him, and I can let Judge hold the game. And this is too early
Double.
for a cue.
Yeah,
So
he's only up 5 pips, and he's up in the score,
Whoa.
so it did seem like it was too early to me.
Well, even the holding games, you're never doubling that much faster anyway. The equity is so stable.
Yeah, that's
Gamma-
true. You're not going to lose your market very often.
But you need to be up, at least 14 pips to keep that stuff.
It's getting a little
It was
tight
pretty-
for Phil. He's going to have to probably play down here and give up some shot equity.
Yeah, you just play down when you're not. You're fine. You have race equity. You don't need it. You're working against the shot equity. There's plenty of time to play. Look at all those checkers in front of the anchor.
Yep,
You can play
absolutely.
It's just going to make it better. Hope for big numbers. If he gets stripped, Phil gets a big number. Hell, he might even run with a 6-5 eventually.
Yeah, the race is still fairly close. He's only down by 10% or so. Six-two, can't really run. So do you just make the point?
Not ready to run yet. I just come in with the 6.
Oh wow,
I
he's gonna
don't
do it. If you do run, what do you think the best way to do it is? Do you stop here and dupe the 3s?
Yes, that would be the best way to do it. Because then you get numbers that still can't clear, like 6-1, 6-2. Still don't clear it.
All right, he does choose to pay or run, I guess. I guess you're not really paying because you're the one that needs the shot.
Awkward, so that worked for Phil.
So now he's looking to
Could
just...
be right because he has a blot. I mean, Phil saw the blot was in the board and took advantage. I mean, that's what makes it
Yeah.
contending.
4-3 just comes around. Nothing special here. 6-2. He doesn't have to leave any shots.
Yeah, but it's not going to get better. You don't want to waste too much. It's not bad to leave the 9s here. Some 9s.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-3. Do you run now? I mean, no. You have to stay. You need shot equity.
You can stay back again.
Yep.
You're getting shot.
3-1. Oh, great number for Dave.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, that was killer. Ooh, double 5. What does this do? Plays perfectly is what it does. This does not, though. Got to clear.
It was ugly, but this isn't good for Phil. Coming on the 4. The double 4s doesn't matter. So this is. I'm going to call this one as well.
Yeah,
here.
this one's
So
over for sure.
6-3. 6-3, no G.
I'm just going to rip them off, ladies and gentlemen, and get the score updated. Player names, we're going to go to
3 away,
6-3.
6 away should be 29% win chances here for Phil. If you're playing yourself.
If you're playing yourself. I like that. I like that. Between equally skilled opponents. Yes, that is the key there. Another great opening sequence for Dave, although Phil has a nice reply with the 6-1 that makes the 5-point.
Yeah, and he has all the
Oh
builders
my
down, so look at-
goodness, Phil is on fire here. He keeps opening these games so well and then not
So this is
sealing
a
it.
clear double now. Very
Like,
clear double.
Yeah, 6 away, 3 away. What are the 3 away kind of ideas for cubing, Roberto?
Well, when the other guy's 3 and you're down, he's just down, right? The 3-way player is not going to be doubling. The
Sure.
recube is going to be very weak. So you're just getting up there and you
Double?
get a good solid advantage. Gammon value is very strong for the trailer here. And he just throws it out. I think here the take's actually in question. I should probably let this go.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so what is he looking for? I mean, he needs to be able to have a holding game, and that's tough right now because Phil has 10 checkers in the zone. So if he tries to split,
Yeah, this
he's
is
in trouble.
and this is a great roll for Phil. I mean, look at this. This is a.
Oh!
I'm not sure. I'd like to see if you could run that after. I think score-wise, I probably would have let that go.
Yeah, you're correct to let that go, but look at this sequence. This 6-2, if he realizes he's supposed to run here, it saves him a lot of G's and wins him a lot of games. Sorry,
Yeah.
it doesn't save him G's. I lied about that, but it does win him a lot of games.
But if you don't jump up, you don't have a game plan.
Right, exactly. That was what I was
You're not
thinking.
even down enough to play an ace-point game. You don't have the timing to play an ace-point game.
And he doesn't run again, but this time it was the right idea. It was just kind of too late to do any running. Funny enough, though, if the dice sequence is the same, he would have ended up with both checkers away, which would have just been sick. Assuming he didn't get hit, I guess I didn't
double
catch that.
threes is a great number here.
Yes, it is. So Phil's really wanting to pick up 4 points here, and he does do that a lot. How many, Roberto? How many gammons are there against an ace-point holding game?
The gammons are normally, I mean, if it's true holding, like if you actually have the 3-point, you should be gammoning him. He wins 16%, loses. God, nice space. What is it?
I think it's about the same, basically. You lose about the same amount of.
16. So I just throw it up there and say 20 then.
Yeah, double
A little
5
high.
here is going to bring everything in. He should be killing his 6s here. He wants to bring in all 3 checkers. 4-3. Just bring it in to where you want it, right? Oh.
With the third checker back, yeah, he loses in like the 40% gammon, I think. So
This is interesting. I wouldn't stack. I would just make this play, but it doesn't particularly matter.
I don't know why he's saving a 6 here. He wants to bring it in. There he goes. Brought it in now. Phil doesn't want to trap yet. He wants to see that board bust more, and it doesn't. 6-2 is a good roll. Double 4s does not. Oh, I missed whose double 4s was. This 6-4 does leave a shot. Wow. 6 is huge, misses it, breaks the board. Now Phil's happy to just play. Even this shot now is not as dangerous as it was before. He's happy to run. Phil wanted the point on him there to keep the G's high.
Sorry,
We
I'm
make the 5-point and hope he dances.
trying to catch up again here.
I think this is wrong. I would not hit here.
Yeah, just
Just
take 2
rip.
checkers off. That seems like the way to go. 6-2, just rip again. There aren't a ton of
Well,
G's
the
here.
2 here, so yeah, you can wait this one roll here, and now you're gonna run. You're gonna run like Forrest Gump that he did. See?
Another one that looks like it's just over.
Yep. 3 away, 4 away. One of the most complicated scores. We actually need an actual grandmaster to help us with this score. Very complicated. The general idea with 3 away, 4 away here is the 4 away is really anxious. When he cubes, he's getting, juiced value, the full value of these
So
gammons.
I just want to share. I think it's interesting. Phil played that game at a perfect 0.
Wow.
Nice game, definitely. I know I said I wasn't going to talk too much about PRs, but I like acknowledging that kind of thing. Give me just one moment. I'll get the score up to date here. Oh, here's a good time. So we're at 5-6.
So they started with a 3-2, but when it was 3-4, when he's leading at 3-4, I would have played the split down. I would not have played 2 down with the opening 3-2 score based. Phil would like to get this gammonish and get things going, and we'll pull the trigger fast.
Yeah, definitely. Makes sense. XG didn't
So
seem
here
to
you have to
mind
play
it. But...
awkward. Ooh, look at this. Great 6-5. Just makes the bar. Great 3-1. Gives Dave a little bit of familiarity of having a board.
4-3 here. Wow, what do you do with this?
You bring
Break
2
the
down.
8? I guess. Yeah.
No, I'm looking at the wrong person here.
Oh, yeah.
Break
Now what? Is it time? You don't have the 4 point yet, but at the score, it might not be. It might not be such a clear take. I mean, for money, it certainly is a clear take.
Losing the race, so.
Yeah. Double 2 though, great shake. He could make the back of his prime instead of the front. I mean, the automatic play is to make the 4. Good. He's looking at the 9.
This is very strong because I like to say when someone has a 3 point, when you make the 9 point, it's like turning the 3 point anchor into the 2 point.
Yeah.
It really makes it weak. And now all of a sudden he has 2 guys 1 step away from the edge of the prime compared to having 2 guys at the edge of the prime. So it's kind of a no-brainer, actually.
Yeah, I definitely see that. And you're just looking to cash, right? I mean, you're not actually. I mean, maybe you can play on, but I don't think that you need to get too cute here and make the 4. I think you just have to make it from the 13 and pass. Like, what else? I don't see anything else. Okay, yeah, he does something else. Doesn't matter though. Double pass. Now we're at
Drop.
Three-way. 3 point match here. Little mini 3 point match.
3-2, 6-2. Phil slots it 3-away. That's a bold move, Cotton. Not gonna play this one at a 0. 4-2. What do you do here? You just make the point and hope not to get hit. It's a tough one. 3-1 definitely hits. Wow, double 1. And they're just playing so fast. It's so hard to keep up. Let me get that score updated. We should be at 6-6.
It's funny, whenever people tell me about a clock and how they're worried about playing with the clock and live tournaments and the time, a lot of time the clock actually helps to slow you down.
Yeah, that's funny. I think you're right.
Not to play too fast, not to fall into the rhythm. Because the faster the play, the stronger player is going to get more of an advantage normally. There's going to be some exceptions to that. But so a lot of times the stronger player will kind of mark a fast rhythm, hoping the other person falls into it to get more of an advantage.
2-1 here. Do we hit? Probably not, but we have to leave a shot, I think.
If you're going to leave a shot, hitting's always a good option.
Makes sense. Alright, now we have 3-away. Are we cubing from the bar here?
No.
No. Your opponent has a forward anchor. Not going to get gammon that much. That makes a lot of sense that you just can't cube this. 3.
He needs more than that. I mean, the race, he wasn't... Before he hits, he's not ahead in the race. So.
Sure. How about now? Now he's up 13.
Now you might as well. I mean, you are fast to the cube at 3-way,
and still a take. So that's actually like a key there. Is that sequence was about as good as it gets for Phil. He hit, his opponent fanned. It was still a take. So that's why it was just clearly not a double. Double 2. Now what? Did we hit?
That was 1. So it just says 2, 3, 4. And now you have nothing to lose.
I mean, we could just come down though. Play naturally.
You don't want him to prime though. If he primes, you're in big trouble. He has lots of numbers to prime you here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lots of builders to make that bar point. Or if not, they'll numbers to make the 9. I mean. It's hard for me to see if you don't hit what kind of idea, which is the plan to win.
Right. 4-1's a nice shake for Phil. Just cleans it up.
Okay. Now it's turned into a kind of mutual holding game when you're in a big disadvantage. Maybe that is a better plan.
6-5. What do we do here?
Lousy. How close is the race?
Let's see. After the play, I mean, it's close. After the play.
I mean, obvious play is just breaking the 10 here is one play, or running from the 22 play.
Yeah. Could also break the 8. This is definitely an option.
I wouldn't do it. Yeah, this is bad. I didn't really see this play for maximum contact. Maybe was a little further behind. Looks like he's going to run out of his own relative timing there. He's going to have to break the point off with him. Great roll here. This will make the 9 point.
Yeah, just try to prime him in.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He's better now. Leaving that bag anchor is like a threat. He can use it to pick up checkers. He doesn't have to break it right away.
Yeah.
Dave's going to have to break first and has 2 blocks. So this is really pinning him in on that back game, as we said before. 3-point game is really weak once you make the 9 point. And I think you're better than disengaging. I think he's better than a holding game where he's up. What's it going to be? He's 15 pips now, but the other guy's going to roll. The holding game where he's up 8 or 9 pips, I think he's better doing the other play. Seems like a gambit, but the other guy's going to bust. You can pick up more. Totally hemmed in, and Phil does find this play. And you get like this. What he's going to do? He's going to jump out with 1 and make the 3 point.
Yeah, he's just going to have to hope to survive this.
Points. I mean, that's reasonable, but I probably would have jumped out with the 5.
6-4, and this is the problem with making those points. You really wanted to be able to play a spare, and now you're stuck. Although for what it's worth, it was fine. The making the 2 points was very close.
Yeah, again, it's close, but it gets down to I like having a little bit of freedom of movement and knowing, anticipating when I'll be out there hedged in, hemmed in to get movement going.
So now we've got this 6-4, and no good options here.
Can't run. It's horrible.
6-3. What do we do with this? We do we attack now or do we wait?
Attack or just play to the ace. I like just playing to the ace, look quiet. Again, he's the one breaking.
Yeah, let him continue to break down his position. He'll come to you. Makes sense.
And like this. I mean, this is just, so this you can pound away here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Win lots of gammons.
I'm fine. I'm not totally sure of the double hit. It looks like the right idea. I'd hit the other checker before I do this. This is leaving a shot anyway, so pick up the other checker. And again, you're not afraid if he makes that anchor too, so this play is also fine. Again, you don't care if he makes that second anchor when he's already busted.
4-3.
No-brainer. He has to come out. This is never coming out, and he just, the idea is you have to come out.
Yeah, you got to get off some of these gammons here, so you got to come out.
Again,
Double
it's the
three.
fear of leaving a blot. You're going to lose more gammons, but you're stopping yourself to be able to run the checkers too.
5-2. Just got to play a checker inside here. 6-1.
Good roll. Oh, there's the 4 he wanted. Oh no, other guy got the 4. He couldn't move for this. Ooh, big miss. So this shouldn't be a G, but the G's are definitely out there. So I put them on the low side here. What's your guess here on G's? Okay.
Oh, let's see. We're going to take 2 checkers off and then just play 6-4. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 crossovers to 14, and he can play fairly aggressive. I'm going to say like 35% before the double 2.
Wow. Okay, I'll take the under.
You take the under, okay. Well, I'll look. Let's find out. Let's see. After the double 2s, oh, way under. 18% gammons. Oh, and he decides not to take the extra checker off here.
Interesting here is,
Oh, he did. Okay.
is he going to rip 2? Some people might say, oh, but it's odd, it's not even, but he can anticipate a miss, actually, if he rips 2. but it's fairly aggressive. But the other guy, he's gonna have to leave too.
I like it.
He wastes
Win the match right here. Go from 25. The gammon value is not very high. I don't know.
The gammon value is normal. So
Right.
It's not very high. It's normal gammon value. What I like about ripping too is it gives the other guy difficult decision. So he gets a 6x, and he's gonna stay. He's gonna stay instead of run
Yeah.
because he won't pick it up. And when you do, you're gonna have like 9 checkers off or something without the board.
So
You end up getting.
let me tell you, you win 1.1% less games by ripping 2. Do you think you're going to win 2.2% more gammons?
Hell yes.
All right. Yeah. That's the funny thing sometimes is if you know one piece for sure, you can be confident in your decision. But the problem is we have really no good way to estimate the number of losses based on the play, and therefore we can't really compare it to the gammons. So
Well, if the board was closed, there's true risk that if you lost, you get hit. It makes a harder decision. So when that's your reference position of a closed board, when something alters from that, meaning it's less risky, you can just go for it.
sure.
So you get your references built. His board was rigged. He didn't have the 5-point. I'd wait to checkers. So then you can know you can just generally go for it.
You think he's going to
But
stay
generally,
here?
that's just off to give you a lot.
He did not. Ooh, double 2. This could be enough. This is a huge roll. Oh, double 4 takes care of it, though. No problems here.
All right, we get another game out of this. I can stick around for about 15 more minutes. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, appreciate it. 5-2 opening for Phil.
Just having
2-1.
fun.
6-3. And no worries if you gotta go. I totally understand.
So when's the final going to be? The winner's going to play Art.
Yeah,
Art?
immediately following this, so they're gonna get set up right after.
And who's lined up there? You got Steve's going to come up.
Just me right now. Carrie might join. I haven't heard from Steve yet. If he's gonna join us. 5-2, pretty wimpy. I'm wondering if the DMP play is to attack, but I guess I could see just trying to race is fine. Double 3. We're gonna make the 5, and then what? Are we attacking? Yeah, he did. I don't know if it's right, but I like it. 3-1. Gonna have to leave another blot, so probably hit.
It was a fun game. So at this score, we got 1 away, 3 away. It plays very much like DMP, this situation. Now gammons are not important. Obviously, Phil, they're completely monopoly money. But even for Dave, it's only the difference of the free drop, so it's no big deal.
Sure.
And early, there's no play. When it's just a free drop, there's really no plays you're going to make to incline you to win more gammons than just what the DMP play is.
So what do you think about this double 1? Lots of options.
Well, you want him to stop development, so you probably hit, right?
Makes sense.
You just don't want him to develop those stacks. He has lots of numbers to make it. So the more you can stop him from developing those stacks, the happier I am. So I definitely hit. Because you don't really try to prime. Priming one checker is like priming a bar of soap,
Yeah. The guy can just slip right out and be done. Yep.
Yeah. Boom. Well, I double this. Oh, he can't double its profit.
Yeah, what do you do here? I mean, I think you... Well, I mean, what's the DMP play? I guess it's to hit and to come in.
Get on the ace.
Get on the ace. That makes sense. Yeah, for sure.
Kind of safe and still hitting, and you cramp on stacks. You only need doubles like this.
Oh, yep. All of a sudden, he's got a 3-point board.
All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, what happened? What stacks were you talking about?
Uh-huh.
That's what happened.
Nice return, though. He oh, my God.
Nice return.
Oh,
Yeah.
my. What a sequence. Phil would not throw that sequence back.
Oh, there's a 1.
All right, he's alive. Dave is alive. Double two, double one.
We saw classic grid gammon sequence of boom, 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 not knowing what's going on to see what happens when someone comes up for error.
Yeah. 6-2.
6-2, got to jump out and hit.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's got to be the DMP play, right? Yeah, look at that. What a play. I love it.
And that was another huge sequence. Look at that. Boom. 2, 3, 4, box of double ones.
It's going to be tough for me to catch up. They're playing pretty damn fast here. See if I can do it.
So gammon's unimportant. Do you hit there because gammon's unimportant? To stop that, I definitely switch now. I was curious on the other play before that if you're supposed to hit.
Glad they're finding a break
The
here.
DMP. If gammon's valued, I definitely would be hitting for sure.
Oh shoot! You
Yeah,
got to
switch to bring one in. I definitely switch. I guess he's not afraid of playing the 8-point game. It's going to be well timed, and Phil got it. So switching would have avoided this. This still gives Phil good winning chances here. I mean, he jumps because he has to. Basically gives up the game except for 2-1, double ones, double threes. He gives a shot to hit him back, which is something, but doesn't get it. And so this is going to virtual DMP where Phil's got a free drop going on. That's where this is going.
And I'm just going to gin this up because I'm not going to be able to keep up.
Calling these races just waiting to get jinxed, but I haven't been jinxed so far.
So you think Phil's gonna use his free drop? Certainly. Ooh, he's supposed to, right? 4-1 is a pass.
4-1's the one roll that you get it, you can pass. It's virtually dead even. This is the only roll that if you get it in the opening, you can pass, and it's technically correct. Let's see what he does. It's just as a trivia question, basically. But this is the one roll that you can pass. I think your win chances are like 49.96 or something on your wins here, so you can definitely pass and start it over. That's the only opening. Let's see if Dave remembers to double.
Right. Seems like he's not going to forget.
What do you think? Is he going to pass or take? What's your bet? Is he going to take or pass?
I think he's passing. I think he made this play to pass.
He knows how to do it. He knows to
Standard
pass.
challenge level.
Double.
Oh, he made this play to take. Oh my goodness.
You missed it.
1-2. Well, this play, according to XG, it was actually correct. It was to slot and then take, but I thought he was going to do pass. I don't know what the opening book on this computer is. It could be old, so it may not be true.
I have it on mine, and it's like the .001 path. That's just like this limit.
But look at this. Phil again is rolling a double six early in the game. Like he's not in bad shape for the sequence. You know how this game started. Now
Yes,
what?
and they're right back into it.
5-3 here. Lots of options.
I just go for your Presto board here. I guess that's an option too, but I probably would have slotted my board. Now we can 4. Problem is now he's really got 2 really far back points and not the mid. And he's not that far down in the race to have 4 checkers that far back and disconnected.
Yeah. So he's hoping to roll a double where you can shift one of these anchors forward. Yeah, not that one though. This is nice actually. I mean, I assume he'd throw it back because he really wants to win the race, but... $5-1. I don't think I'm leaving shots right now.
Just make your board, or whatever.
Yeah, just... There it is. That's the
Whoa.
oh wow, but you almost have to come around, because if you don't, then you're
Yeah, you have to come on.
right. Yeah, you can't leave the shots. Oh wow,
Well,
double four. This is a rolling contest here.
I don't know if I do this. You're ahead. Just disengage from the back.
Yeah,
You don't want that-
I think you just bring them both. Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that. He doesn't want to be 6 away since he's ahead.
Yeah.
Even after this roll, he's ahead. He's ahead the roll. He's essentially ahead 4 pips. Ooh, great roll here though. Not pip wise, but positionally.
5-3. Double five.
Great
Wow,
move.
what a killer. 6-4. Phil's not out of this race, but he's not happy.
He has to run, or is he staying back? Staying back is waste.
My autoplay was to run, and XG agrees. You do win 30% here.
That contact's not worth anything.
Right, yeah, and you just give up so much race equity.
You just see what you're giving up on the race, and double fives. So this is Phil Cutter strong with the strong double sixes at one point. Dave comes back with double fives in the clutch.
I see Phil cursing over here on the Zoom call. Looks like this thing's over. Well, thank you, Roberto. I know you've got to run. I really appreciate your commentary. I hope that people have enjoyed listening to you and seeing XG at the same time.
Yeah, that was fun. I'd like to go back and I'll look at these XG files and look at the commentary and see what we were doing and what we didn't. I'll play with that. It's just fun when you look at grid game and you can always save the XG files yourself. Well, I want to say congrats to Dave. Thanks to you. Thank you, Ben. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Watching. Shout out, and I hope to see y'all soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Roberto Litzenberger, teacher for Backgammon Learning Center. One of the top pros on the tour. Love having him, and yeah. I'm Ben Friesen. Oh, I sat out of the view. Oh, I see. We've got to make some updates because the Zoom meeting is just me now. I will do that. We'll go back to the slideshow while I do that. So, you've been watching the second semifinal of 2. We had Phil Simborg playing David Staggs there. They were the second semifinal. Art Benjamin and Rich Sweetman played earlier, and now we are going to have the Consolation finals. And we're going to start those at about 6 o'clock. Pretty quick here. Just going to be me probably. I'll see if I can get someone else to join me on commentary. But in the meantime, I'm going to take a bit of a break. We'll see you guys in just a bit. All right, we're back. Welcome, everyone. I am now being joined by Joe Russell. Very excited to have Joe, the chairman of the USBGF and a legend of backgammon. Joe, welcome.
Thank you, Ben. Very excited to be here with you.
And so Art and Dave are already set up. I'm going to let them know to get started. Just going to do a quick double check. Everything looks good. All right. And I'm going to let them know. You can always watch this on Grid Gammon or here on the stream, of course. Live commentary with XG Feed. Can't beat it. And good luck to them.
So it looks like Dave opened with a 6-2, makes a non-standard play. The standard play is 18 and 11. Art responds with a 3-2. A couple of plays here, 13 to 8, or you can play both up. This is also reasonable. What is XG like here, Ben?
Actually does like both up or this, but this is .013 behind, so not quite there. You know, playing both up from the back is something that I never really figured out when it's right or not. Do you have any guidance there?
Well, that specifically looked like it was right because you didn't have any real good options without leaving a shot. This looks like this I think he's just supposed to clear. I don't think he's not supposed to leave the block there. Just run to the 13. That's right, I'm pretty sure.
You know, it's amazing to me how often it is right to make an outer board point and leave double shots. I find myself making the error a lot, but
Which it's quite often. I don't think it was right there, was it?
no, you're absolutely right, and it was very close.
It's often right to do that when you're leaving one shot. When you're leaving a double shot like that, it's not. If he didn't have the man on the 11 point, probably would have been right.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-3 is a great shot here.
Both players rolling pretty well to start the match. Pretty standard in and hit. Hope that your opponent rolls a 6, which he does. Now Art has a moderate advantage in the game.
Now, you don't want to come out to the 18 here, I don't think, do you? These are always tough for me. What do you...
No, I would come out to the 18.
Okay.
Your opponent's likely to make a point in the board. And I don't mean the 18. I meant the 16.
Oh, the 16. Okay, good. Yeah.
I meant the 16.
And he opts for 8-2, which duplicates the 1. Definitely not correct, but I see what he's thinking there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Let me turn that off. Okay, I have it on.
So far, Art is definitely winning this opening exchange, but Dave does have a nice anchor. Ooh, double 1. Can't just make an anchor.
I think with this play, I think I would just switch and come up to the 20 point.
Okay, yep, absolutely. That's the right idea. All of the correct plays switch. The only question is what to do with the last 2. Let's see what he decides here.
I mean, the idea of not coming up to the 20 is that you don't want to duplicate the 3s that he can't come in with. You don't want to make this place more flexible. But I would like to get to the 20 just so I'm easier to escape. What was the right play?
Yeah, coming up to the 20 was it. So this was .06 behind, so not too bad, but not quite the right idea.
You're just like trapping those men, and if you end up making the 21 point, it's harder to escape than if you made the 20 point.
And here we've got an anchor, so my first inclination is to just go ahead and attack.
Probably. Here he should have come in. Here he should have come in on the 20 and hit on the 4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me as well.
This is weak.
Ooh.
That's a bad play. And Art now has a choice of running or playing to 8 and 4. I think running is what I would do. I just don't want to give my opponent that much flexibility to attack.
Yeah, I really like running as well because our opponent desperately wants to unstack the 6.
What was the right play?
It looks like he is not supposed to run at all, actually. Yeah, so down and 22-20, so he's supposed to just step up to the 20 point.
Okay.
Wouldn't have worked this time. 3-1.
3-1, I would just make the 5 point. Go ahead and give him the double shot. He's got a blot in his board. He might not hit you. If he doesn't hit you, you're attacking well. If he does hit you, you might hit back. You need to just go ahead and make your strong board here. And stack your 6 point. No, this is the wrong idea.
Yeah, not too bad, but just not the right idea. 6-4.
Just slot the 7 point. I would slot the 7 if I were Art. Or run, either one, but not that.
Ooh, he got you this time. This one was correct. Actually liked it. They're all so close. It's not a big deal. 3-2 out. Seems fine. 5-1. Yeah, we just come down and play something inside, right? Any preference there? Could run.
I mean, yeah, it's either that or the 7 point. I guess I would do this.
Yeah, lots of options. Can't run. I was wrong about that. 20 15 is pretty bad. I guess with the blots, that makes sense. You don't want to take a big risk when your opponent can just attack freely.
I wouldn't do this play. I wouldn't have done that one. What was the right play there?
They're all close, but 13-8-3-2 is the right play. Just shift
Right.
from 3 to
You
2.
want here you don't have as many builders working on both points. And this is the prime example why he should have played to 20 instead of 21 earlier, in case he made the point. Now he could have escaped. Now he's stuck.
Yeah, and not much to do either. Just have to bring it in and make the ace, I think. Though this is perfectly fine. Oh, do you want the contact? Huh.
No, I don't think so. No, you just want to go for the race. The problem with the contact is you don't have a strong board or anything anyway. So
Sure.
you've got a nice racing lead. Just
4-3 is a nice shake.
now you might get some numbers that allow you to run with you having a 4 point board and your opponent only having a 2 point board, depending on what he rolls.
Five one just brings it around. Dreaming of a 6-5 here. 3-1.
That's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Standard play there.
He's down in the race, so I'm wondering if you ever leave the shots, but you really hate giving him the winning hit. Yeah, so no, definitely not. 4-1.
That looks right. Not much fear about getting hit back if you hit or something, because you do still have a split 5 prime blocking you.
4-1's a great number, starting to build the structure, making it a little harder for Art to just play freely by running. Pretty standard holding game. So when do you double these? Obviously, Art is ahead in the race, so we're not going to think about doubling. But
you usually you double when the race gets when you get a couple of pips ahead in the race. Other than that, you can just wait. This is a very premature
Double.
incorrect double, I'm sure.
yeah, and he's just behind by 18 pips.
I would
so,
imagine
yeah.
this is a blunder to double.
Yeah, indeed. He's only 60% and doesn't really have much market loss.
Well,
6
here I would just play 6-3. I wouldn't want to be forced out with the 6 here. This could be right. A lot of times XG makes these plays, but I would save myself not coming out with a 6.
It's interesting. This looks very pure to me. It is right this time, but I never really know why it's wrong when it's wrong. It's tough trying to balance.
A lot of it's just the fact that when you do get a shot, you win with a close board, and you don't with an open 6 point.
Yeah, sure.
How long would it have been to play 6-3 there? Do you know?
Yeah, it's .037. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, kudos to Art for getting that one right.
3-1. Well, now he has to break. So the only question is how. Interesting.
He doesn't really need to save a 5 because he can't play a 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's good. Now I'm playing both to the ace, I would think.
Yep.
Well, that's okay too. Either way.
Well, if you play both to the ace, you save yourself on like 5-4.
Right.
That might be the
5-4,
only
5.
number, but
Yeah.
and it doesn't particularly matter. It's one of those kind of pick 'em plays.
Right. Well, here he wants to block him in more. So he's going to play 11 to 10 twice, and I would just play 8 to 7 twice.
Yep, let him play 4s out if he wants, because you're going to attack. Could make the ace. In fact, as I said that, I saw that XG didn't like the 7. So, this is not the right idea, though.
No.
Definitely don't want him to run. You are still down in the race.
XG like the ace over the 7, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing there's just some sequences that played
Okay.
better.
So now he's sorry that he made that 10 to 9 play twice because he can't hit.
Yeah,
Now
and he's
Art's in a powerful position if he can get that man out.
he's pretty sorry that the opponent's got the cube too, because I don't know how much further this game's going.
So
Yeah, this is over
Art's got a double pass right now.
for sure.
Double?
Let's see what percentage do you think Blue wins this game?
Blue probably wins in the neighborhood of. Art's up 20%. I don't know. Blue probably wins in the neighborhood of 16%, 17%.
Yep, right on. 17.5. Still a clear pass. There are some scores where this may be a take, but this is definitely not one of them.
Dave got punished for his premature cube in the holding game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe Dave just didn't realize where the race was, and that's one thing that Roberto and I talked about a bit. Is just take the time to really look at all of the variables every roll, because at some point he probably realized, oh shoot, I'm behind in the race, and
except he consistently played like he wasn't paying attention to the race.
Exactly.
Now he takes this.
Yeah, so I think he just doesn't realize where this race is at all, which is strange. The rules make it clear that pip count should be on, and so I don't know exactly what's going on.
He's closed the gap here in the last few rolls, but still significant underdog.
I gotta tell these guys to turn off auto bear off next time, because it is tough keeping up. 6-2.
Well, it gives him a little bit of hope.
I'm just gonna have to wait here.
It's like he's going to need double 2s or better on his last shake, or Art will be up 4-0.
Doesn't do it.
And Art is up 4-0.
All right, we got 6-3, and I'm gonna get this score updated. Good. It looks like they're waiting for me. That's awesome. So we're at 4-0 Art, 5 away, 9 away. Any implications on our cubes here? So Dave's gonna look to double early.
Art's going to be conservative about. Art's going to be a little bit more conservative about giving volatile cubes, and of course, David's going to be more aggressive in game-ish type positions. Dave's take point is, on a live cube is quite a bit lower, and Art's take point on a live cube is not much as higher.
Yeah, and Art locked up the 17 point pretty quick, so he's just looking to play a race or a normal looking game here. 3-1's a great number.
Yeah, just make the 5 point, nothing else. Oh, he can make the 7 point. So what's right here? He's up 16. Maybe making the 7 is right here with this racing league.
I wouldn't even consider making the 7 just because I've been programmed so well to stop doing that in exchange for the 5, but I could see it here. I could definitely see it here. It should be fairly close. It's one of those plays that beginners, they love making the 7, and then eventually you learn how that's not.
What was the right play there?
Making the 5 is correct by a bit, 0.05. Not a blunder, but
I can see the logic for making this one. You're up 16 pips in the race, and your opponent, has 3 loose blocks in your board. And if you get hit, you're going to lose your racing lead. But you do have the solid structure of the 5 point, and your opponent has has no points in his board. So good for Art finding the right play.
Yeah, interesting. It is quite a few shots, so it makes sense. What is it?
And he is hit. So there goes. Oh,
Maybe he's not.
he should hit. Definitely should hit.
There it is. Yeah.
So now the race is pretty even. And now Art comes in and hits back. So there's the value of the 5 point when you get the return hit. So now this is an interesting play.
Wow. I guess I'm just making the 5 point.
Make the 5 point twice for sure, maybe 3 times. That's probably right.
Yeah, that was it. Definitely. Not really close.
Now Art should make his 7 point.
Yeah, this is a great number. He could consider coming out and down, but he's only up 6 in the race, and so I think making the prime is a more effective game plan. Yeah, definitely is. He wins about 2% more games by making the prime. There's this play as well. This is third in the list. It's not good.
It's a deep third.
Yeah. In
A
fact,
distant third.
upping the analysis, the only reasonable play, I guess, ends up being the prime. So
That's a great shot by Dave. And a poor one by Art. What does he do with this? This is a tough play. Maybe he just plays 8-4 and 6-5.
wow.
He could also play 18. He could also play 18-13 as reasonable.
Yeah, just something of a pain now, but that's rough. I don't mind this. I have no idea personally.
What was the right play
Yeah,
there?
that is it. That is the right play. Art's finding them all today, or this match. 6-4 plays itself, I think. We just come out to the 18, don't we?
Agreed.
Maybe not. I could see this being right. Certainly worked out this time. In fact, it is right. Wow. Yeah. I'm just making the natural plays, but this is better. It's a double 2 here.
But Dave's got that's what he should do with the racing lead here.
Yep, 25 pips. Oh, interesting. XG wanted to go ahead and start the blitz on that play. Wow, yeah. I didn't even look at it. Could have probably.
Art has an interesting play. He's got two plays here. He's down 25 pips. He's going to be down 17 after the play. He can play 18 and 13 is one option. The other option is to play 9 and 4. I think I would go with this, but I think they're close.
Yeah, cube's not turned yet, so I'm trying to decide if I'm going to make a bigger play here for that reason. The problem is that what if he just turns the cube from the bar? Now you're not excited about it. Let's see what XG liked. XG liked this, but it's very close. 2-1. Probably would have just made the 4 point there. Doesn't matter, I don't think. Or 3 point, I meant. And his
Here
play
I play
is better.
6-4 twice and 8-6. I mean 5-4 twice and 8-6.
Yep. The little switch here, and then
Only 4 numbers hit you from the bar: 5-3 and 2-6.
You can make it 0 numbers by making this play.
I don't like that, but it could be right.
We've got
What does XG like?
yeah. So the DMP play, interestingly enough, is 6-2, but XG does like this play. This is another one. Art's finding them all today.
Very good. This was 18-8. No, not that. 18-8. I think he just misclicked.
Yeah, I don't see anything else either. So yep, that makes sense. 6-2. He's still up in the race, right? So we're
Yeah.
Oh,
It's clear.
Yep.
So Dave is like just waiting to gain a little bit in the race before he doubles, unless he makes the same error as last game.
He definitely wants to try to clear the 11 before he cubes, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, he probably wants. He doesn't want to double this. He has to clear two. Has to clear the 13 and the 14 point. He's only got 11 pip lead.
And you know what? I hadn't really factored in the score. He could potentially double sooner just because he's down.
Yeah,
Nine away,
Art
five
has
away,
Art.
yeah.
Art's take point has an elevated take point at this stage.
6-5. Do you pay now, Dave? It looks like Dave's going to elect to pay now.
I don't think so. I wouldn't.
So it doesn't. I guess it's about as good as it gets. You're only going to leave 11 shots, and his board's going to get
but you're
better.
leaving 11 shots now, and you have. It's not like you've gotten to the point where you'll never leave another shot.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And those are the three criteria on what can it be? Can the shots you leave are they worse next time? Is it the only time you'll have to leave shots? And is your opponent's board going to get better? And those are always so tough. Stick has a great lesson on pay now, pay later for anybody that's looking for content. Let's see, 13, 7, 8, 4.
This one's more interesting. This one is more interesting. This could be right.
And it is very close. It looks like this does come out on top on XG Roller Plus Plus. Double 3 now. You're down by 8 after the play.
Yeah. So you're definitely not going to break the 18 point.
Yeah,
That's
you
rule
may.
number one.
You may have to break the 13 though.
I think I would have just broken the 13.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Making the ace kind of hurts you for the race, and you're kind of hoping to play both.
Also, having very little chance to make your 5 point. You're not picking up on that many numbers. You just don't pick up that many extra shots. I mean, what are you picking up on?
Yeah, and next roll, you're probably going to have to do it anyway. Your opponent's not going to break this roll and leave you shots.
Yeah, you're going to have to roll like 3. You're not going to hold that 13 point for 3 rolls.
Yeah.
The opponent's going to roll now, then you're going to have to roll. Then he's going to roll. He can afford to break his 8 point at some point. So the 13 point's not really doing you any good. I'm pretty sure that this is not the right idea.
Yep, and XG agrees. All the top plays involve breaking the 13 now. Says it's time to let it go. It's not going to help us. And that's what I assume he's trying to decide, is if this actually helps him. Okay, I didn't look to see where this play falls out, but not the best. 5-1.
He can do that, make a 5 point board. I think the other play may actually be better because he really just wants to run. He's got a nice racing lead, and this could be a little more. I think this is probably wrong by a little bit. See, now he breaks the 13, but he has a weaker position.
Yeah, he ends up breaking it anyway. Absolutely. Double 3. Oh, well, now the race is getting close.
Yeah. So Art is only down 11 before the play. He's actually up 1 pip after the play. So obviously he runs now. He should play 11 to 8 and 7 to 4, I think. I think it's probably better than bringing the second man in because now you can have more numbers to fill in the 5 point gap.
Oh, and Dave is able
So we
to
have a close race here. He was still entered. Art is down 8 on shake, which is like being down 4 pips. So cross over and fill in the 5 gap. So Art's down 7. So here, Art should just cross over and bring a man to the 6 point.
I asked them both to turn off auto bear off. Hate interrupting, but it's going to be so much better for us because it's so hard for me to keep up.
At this score, Dave has like about a 14 or 15% take point on a live cube, and I'm sorry, he has a cubes. I was thinking of a 2 cube. He has about an 18% take point on a live cube, and Art's around 20 and a half or so.
So now this just comes off. We'll see if Dave. Awesome. 6-5.
So it's a very close race. Art's down 2, but Dave has. I guess probably the wastage is pretty similar for both. Now Art is finally taking the lead in this game.
But he's definitely going to be slow to double here.
Yes, definitely.
Dave's hoping to pick up some pips.
Yeah.
While Art's forced to wait here. It's pretty good. 4-roll-ish.
So 7-7, but Art can't even consider doubling here. With his opponent having the low take point, about 18%.
Yeah, it is very close though. It wouldn't have been a big mistake. 4-2. Now
Okay, so
here
now-
it should be clear.
Now he should have the double, and he should have a take. There should be a double take, I think.
Standard
Yeah, so these for me are always tough. I've been learning EPC, but otherwise it's just rolls. So this is basically a 3-roll, which is what, 21 or something, or
Yeah, but it's a little. Dave has a little bit better than a normal 3-roll position, I think.
yeah, okay. And you're absolutely right. XG says 22. Let's see what. So a live cube take point would be 17.8, but dead is 24.4. So the question really is how live or dead is this cube? XG.
How big a double was it for Art? How big was it?
The double, not doubling, would have been a 200 error.
Okay.
And
So that shows you the volatility of this shake. Even though your opponent has like an 18% take point at the score, you just can't afford to roll. To roll a double that takes 4 men off, or to bear 2 big numbers that take 2 off, and then he rolls and doesn't roll a double, and then you just lost your market by a mile.
Double?
Take.
it did end up being a 0.08 pass.
Wow. It ended up being a pass?
Yep, it was a pass.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, so I guess it was just too much of a dead cube, according to XG.
Yeah. The dead cube take point was like 24.4%. The live cube was like 18%. So I guess it was too much of a dead cube because he did win the game, but obviously he didn't get the cube back in. So I thought at the 22% he had a clear take. I guess it was way too much of a dead cube.
Those are some of the hardest things to really know. We can know the numbers, but figuring out how often they get the
What percentage of the time it's a dead cube and what percentage of the time it's not.
Right. What a
It
sequence.
was very hard for him to get an efficient cube in. Basically, Art had to roll a series of small ones, and that was about the only way. So I could see that, but
0.08 though. It had to have been very close still.
it had to be like 90. It had to be like 90% dead. I guess that's what it was. Because 90%, yeah, that seems 90% dead cube.
So this is an interesting starting sequence. We've had 4 doubles in a row, but now Dave's stuck, and Art's definitely thinking about cubing. Even just a 1 is quite good because it prevents Dave from blitzing.
I don't think this would be a double.
Yeah,
No,
so it's like 5 away, 7 away. So you have to be careful not to double too aggressively. Wow.
Pretty sure this is not a double. Your opponent has a 3-point board. If you don't anchor up there, he can be attacking. You've got a lot of numbers that don't play that great.
Yeah, I can see it. And XG says it's a tiny double. So I think, actually, Marty brought up a good point on the YouTube comments that he believes it's a big take for Dave last game because of the skill difference. And I don't know how much Dave,
Standard challenge
looks at that kind of thing. But I wonder if that also would make this a big no double, even though XG says it's a small double.
Well, unless there's a chance Dave will pass.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you have to
the
factor
fact
in
that
all
there's
of
a
it.
big
Double?
skill difference. Oh, there we go.
And he did.
Drop.
He did pass it.
Art's nailing it today.
He really is. Art's playing a 1.8. You know, I don't like sharing PRs all the time. I will always acknowledge these PRs when they're crushing. We know this game has so much variance. People can play 14s or 1s and end up having an average of a 3 or something. But, well, maybe
That
not
was,
14s. But.
How big an error was the pass?
It was pretty sizable, 260. He
Right.
did only win 26%, but it's just that the game's turned around pretty quickly, I think, there, on average.
Yeah, and Dave had some gammon wins on his side as well.
Yeah, yep. Gets the recube in a lot. Wow, double 6.
Here you should just make 2 points in his board.
Yep, hope that your opponent fans.
Or comes in awkwardly.
Ooh,
That's not awkward.
Not awkward at all.
Oh, he didn't hit.
Oh,
Did you believe
no! I already hit. I gotta take it back. He played it too
Unbelievable.
fast. Yeah, that is one of the tough things about online play is when we're playing just for fun, often people just play very quickly. And when we're playing an ABT online tournament, you gotta slow down. And we've seen that
Right.
the entire tournament. I've seen that people are playing very wide skill ranges or PR ranges because they're just moving too quickly, falling into a pace that doesn't.
Here, I think he
fit.
just moves both back checkers up. Yeah, I don't see anything else.
Try to make a forward anchor. Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. 6-1. This is what he was
He
hoping
just-
for.
More things to run with also.
Wow. What do you hit on the 5 and come out? Is this too big of a play?
You know what? What I think I would do is play 13. Well, I definitely hit on the 5. Would I come out is the question. Yeah, I think so. Hit on the 5 and come out. I like that play.
And 13-7, 13-7 or out are both very close. This was, what did he do? He hit a 10-3. This is actually close as well. Got a hit. That was the key. 6-4. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't change the score. Let me do that. 5-2. Done. So what do we have here?
These are tough plays, whether to play 21-15 or 20-14. Kind of like this. Duplicates the 3s. He's stacked on his 6-point. He wants to use you don't want to make him use a 3 to hit you outside instead of cover unstack from the 6.
Yep, and you're
So
absolutely
this is
right.
interesting. This is interesting. So you 13-10 and hit, and then do you double hit, or do you make? I think you just double hit here.
It's certainly the DMP play, and it is clear in all cases. Let's see if he finds it. So your opponent has the ace and the deuce made, so you're not. You could get blitzed, but you're down in the match. So
This is definitely a wrong idea.
yeah, I didn't even see it. Oh, I see. Okay, clearing the.
I didn't like that either. So our double hits here. Clear play.
Nice
Dave
recovery.
hits back. Art hits again.
Yep, Art's just hoping to close him out here, win an undoubled gammon, or just force him out with the cube. Speaking of, Gosh, 4 away, 8 away, or 7 away. This is a tough.
He's up 16 pips.
Yeah.
He's got some good blitzing possibilities. He's 4 away.
The small numbers attack, the big numbers run. Maybe. It's tough to. Tough for me to.
I think I would prefer not to be doubled here.
Let's find out. Oh wow, it's it's actually just a pass. I think I'm taking this though, over the board. I don't think I can find a pass here. I see all these wins. I see that if the blitz doesn't work, I just win so much. But get gammon 39% of the time. That's a lot.
That's the match 39% of the time.
Yeah,
right there.
absolutely. Let's see what Art decides. You know, it's funny.
He's got to be going through the thought process that, you know, he's seen his opponent make several blunders, and he may be thinking, you know, it's scary to pull the trigger here because, you know, he didn't want to get like some volatile 4 cube coming back at him when he feels like he's the superior
Standard
player.
challenge
But,
level acknowledged.
you know, you just have to
Double?
stomach it and double because you got too many
Take-
gammons here.
And he's sure enough, he takes 6-4 to play now. This is not easy.
Well,
I think I'm hitting. I mean, we're trying to blitz, so this is my play, I think.
that's very reasonable.
Find out. Yeah, this is it. The non-hitting play is okay, making the back anchor there. Oh, this is the nightmare. This is why Art had to think about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is the nightmare scenario he was thinking, but he was clearly way right to double.
Funny enough, he was supposed to redouble from the bar because he just gets gammon for the match so much.
Right shot by Art. Ooh, these guys are firing back and forth right now.
Wow.
Art needs a 5 desperately.
Art might
Now
get
it's a-
lucky here.
He
Yep.
just no, he should. Oh, that's
This was
bad.
way
He
too
should
good.
have
Yeah.
gammon.
Yeah,
Way too
Art
good.
got very lucky. It really justifies the cube because even when it did turn around, his opponent let him off the hook.
Double.
Drop?
Yep. So we're looking at 5 away, 4 away. This is the score where the 4 away player has to be very careful on his initial doubles. Is that right, or is it 3 away, 4 away? I'm thinking of the recubes. I think it's 3 away, 4 away, where if the 3 away player doubles, their opponent has just some vicious recubes. But all right, so 3-2. It's a tough play. Just run, probably. They're all close.
I think I would just play 20 to 15.
Yeah, that last cube, unfortunately, was about a 600 no double. He just was way too good. Got too excited. He knew it went well and shipped it.
That happens sometimes when you turn a game around. You're just so excited. You don't take a breath and pause and think. Like you said, playing too fast can really be brutal.
Fortunately, when you have to move the checkers manually, it kind of forces you to slow down. Just in this online environment, it's just so fast to click on these checkers. Double 2
He's
here.
had a couple of pretty brutal games in this match so far. He had lost one game to double on the last roll, and lost one game when his opponent took a pass and
Yeah.
rolled the joker from the bar.
In most worlds, Art won this match already. This sequence, however, didn't work out for him.
So this is an interesting position. I would double this. You're down 10 pips. I don't know. I think I would have doubled that, but I think it's pretty close to whether it's a double or not. Down 10 pips is not an ideal position to be doubling, but your opponent has a restricted recube and you had some blitz possibilities.
Yeah, so it looks like
I'm
it was
doubling
pretty
this
close.
for sure if I'm Dave. I'm 100% doubling this. This is like way too good to not double the score.
Yeah, and Dave definitely can be doubling aggressively here. It's very close, 0.018.
Challenge level.
Nice, yep. I think
Double.
it's a pretty standard double, knowing there's a skill difference. And that you have an anchor. It's a pretty straightforward game for you to play. You have an anchor. Hell,
Yeah.
Art could consider passing this, but I think it's too big of an adjustment. He may not realize, though, how big of a take
What
it
is
is.
what is the XG cube action on that?
Yeah, so no double take by 0.08 for the double and 0.328 for the take. So
Yeah.
pretty clear on the take side.
Take.
I think I'm just blitzing here. What are you doing?
Same.
Okay. Let's see. Ha! Of course it's the 5 point, because it's always the 5 point. It's close enough, 0.05. I think, if you're going to cube that, though, you just have to blitz. Double sixth. Wow. 1, 2. And then around. I guess it plays itself. 20. What is that? 22. Yeah, this play.
No, great shot by Art. So the gammons are very unlikely now.
Yeah, we are, in fact, down to about 15%.
And what about the 6? What is XG like between 7 and 2?
It
Probably
liked the
2?
7 a tiny bit.
Okay.
0.04. 0.02
Okay.
after plus, but
Yeah, those positions usually right to go for structure. Your opponent has to roll a 2, 1, 3, or 5. A 2, 1, 3, or 5, and you gain so much by having the chance to make the 7 point. But Art, I can see, is probably just thinking, I don't want to get gammon in this
Right.
game. And
protect
feels
against
like
the
he's the
gammon.
superior player and might make some slightly secondary plays to avoid being gammon. Which is the wrong idea, but everybody's guilty of it now and then.
4-1, is it time to try to go? We can dupe the 3s. We really don't want to play inside. Oh, 4-2 even. Yeah, it looks like that was the right idea. This makes sense to me. Just make the board hope to hit.
So connect. It's up 34 pips.
Wow. Could just slot the ace or bringing it in. I don't know.
I would just play. I would play 8 to 6.
Yeah. It's actually pretty clear. 8 to 6, 8 to 3.
There's, well, this is not a great shot.
Huh. He probably just has to clear the 8, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
No, you want to hold it?
You want to have a 6 to link up with that guy from the 11 point.
6-5. Wow. This is ugly. I think I'm just playing 2 down and trying to catch a fly shot. It's fairly close though. It doesn't particularly matter.
Well, he's going to have to break the 8 or the 11 on this shake. And so, if he has the option to break the 8, what play would you have rather made? Probably the other play, but I think they're close.
Yeah, indeed they are. In fact, the MP play is to break the 8 here, so it makes a lot of sense that Art went for it. Double 1. Just push each one forward. We're up by 30 pips. I guess we could make the ace. Is there a reason to?
Yeah, I think you can make the ace here. I would have made the ace. What was right?
Yeah, making the ace was actually pretty clear. In fact, 8-7-2-1 was tied with 14-13-2-1. So making the ace was the more important part of the play. It looks
Right.
like. It's funny how that is. I wouldn't have told you that. I would have been sure that 14-13 was the more important part of the play. Which one? Doesn't particularly matter, but XG does like 2-1 or 3-2, slightly.
Well, you could see the advantage of keeping 2 men on the 14th point is when your opponent, rolls a 2. What does he do?
Yeah, exactly.
When he rolls a big 1 or a 2, you've got him trapped. All right. So Art's just hoping for a shot here, and guess what? He got it.
Looks like he got it. You want it, you got it. Toyota. I think that's how that goes. So, which way do you leave it? 7-1 or 7-5-6-2?
Let's see. I think 6-2. Difference. I think I would have played 6-2.
It worked out, I guess either way. 5-1. We can't make the ace, right? Yeah, we got
No, he just wants to get off the gammon. Here he gets his shot. He should hit him because he picks up on gammons that way.
And there's less repeating shots, I think, too. Yeah, you get hit a little bit more, I guess. You lose a little bit more anyway, but it is the right play by a bit because you win so many more gammons.
He should take a man off there.
Yeah, that seems clear to me as well. You want to win these gammons.
That might be the difference in the gammons right there. Got 7 checkers though. Ooh.
Wow. Oh, Art's making sure he actually has double 5s this way. I like this, I think. Oh, you get it either way though. Maybe not. Maybe you play from the back instead.
This is very scary for Art. Very good chance to be gammoned here.
He can't pick up double 5s this way.
He needs. Okay, that's a pretty good roll. He survived.
Nice. By the
It's
hair
a scary
on
game, and you got a
chin
proper
chin.
double, and his opponent took a cube that was not a take. The game before.
So we have now 3 away, 4 away. So Dave has to be very careful sending a cube here. For many
Yeah,
reasons.
these are also, all these cubes are very dependent on whether they're gammons or not gammons. Like very easy takes when they're not when there's not much gammon equity, and very restricted takes when there are. They both score for both sides.
By the way, Art is absolutely crushing. He's playing a 1.44.
Wow,
And
fantastic.
I'm looking at him right now on this other computer. He's just laying on his bed, hand on his chin, just making the plays. I mean, it's just like it's his job.
I don't know what he's looking at here. I mean, it's standard just to play 8 and 23.
Kerry Horty tells me to always run the last guy, so maybe that's what he's looking at. I haven't looked yet.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Playing to 18.
Yeah.
A lot of times that's right. That could be right here too. I saw him play the 13 to 8, and that's why I was saying I don't know what he's looking at with the 1. But this is a fine play as well.
Yeah, and in fact, this is correct. It's, those are the ones that I don't find because I automatically play the 5 down, and then that's my ace over
Right.
there.
You start looking for the 1, and there's
Yep.
only 1-1. Yeah.
I think Ray Fogelin, early on when I was playing, he would remind me not to have any preconceived notions. You know, make sure you're seeing the whole board every play, and it's very important. When you go into it, just knowing you're going to play a 5 down, you miss the right play. So 3-1 here. We cannot give up another checker, can we? I mean, maybe we can.
This looks right.
Yeah, this is pretty clear.
And now it's getting pretty scary for Art. At the score, Dave doesn't really want to double that. It's kind of positions he wants to improve a little bit and either get a pass or play for a gammon. Now it's a different story. Now he's up 7 pips, 3-point board versus 1-point board. Prime. This could have been a double here.
It's a tough score for the cube action, that's for sure. I mean, it looks like a standard double, possibly not even a take. Looking at the percentages, I think it looks like it's a pass at a normal score, but at this score, XG wants you to wait. Maybe like a too good take situation because Art wins so much.
If I was Dave, I was playing someone that was playing 1.4, I would probably double.
Yeah. Yes. If you know you're just getting crushed skill wise, you've got to send these when you have a 66% winning percentage. 6-4 here. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'm probably running, just trying to bring this around and lock it up, but I don't know. Yeah, running wins 64% or so.
20-10.
But 13, 9, 10, 4 popped up in the lead, actually.
Right shot by Art back in the game. Actually taking 8-pip lead in the race and avoided being hit in the bar.
So there aren't really any gammons here, so Art's not looking to cube.
So Art's just going to wheel this around to 11 point. The race is even, but Art has an advantage because his opponent is restricted.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is interesting. With the race being even, he's not really crazy about holding 2 deep points.
Right.
So I think he either wants to put 4 on the 18 or move up to the 16. Run from the 16 later.
4 on the 18. I did not think of that. Let's see what XG says. I'm curious now.
Probably not
yeah,
right. This was
no
right idea.
You were absolutely onto something. 2018 with 3 was the right idea. In all, like every top play starts there. Huh. Yeah, it gives you flexibility. You can play the 2 spares while you still hold contact. I just don't think I would have found it. Because now what? Now he's got to choose if he's just going to kill. Yeah.
I think that's right. Just to run. The race is close. You don't want to get any more men hit. You've got a good, holding game from the 20 point. If you roll a double that lets you run, that's good. You just might get squeezed into a position. This is a great shot for Art. This is probably going to result in a cube within a few rolls.
Is the race still close enough where you hold the 11, or do you just play 11 to 7 with 3?
No, I would play 13 to 9 and 11 to 3.
Okay, yeah. And they're all very close.
You don't want to give your opponent the joker to turn the game around when you're about to win.
Yeah, and actually, at the score as well, I think his... Well, I guess I don't know his take point off the top of my head. I know that with gammons in play, he's passing quickly, but just that general rule. I should know these take points. Every championship player should, so it's fairly normal, actually. It's not that bad. It's just the gammons cost a lot.
Yeah, actually, the take point is around, for a live cube, is around 20% for Dave. So it's he can Art has to be a little bit more conservative as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was, I think, 20.2 or something. When I just glanced at it. So 5-2 here. I think I'm just playing from 10 to 3. I can't imagine it's a big deal. I'm not running. That part to me seems clear.
I think this is fine. Art's not leaving. I would have slotted the 2 there. Art's not leaving a shot with any number here.
Sure.
That's not worth not having the chance to make a stronger board.
So we're up 10.
Okay, so we're up 10 after the play, and so I think I would just do this. This looks fine. So now he's running. So now we're only up 1.
3-2. He's got
That's not too good.
Do you play 6-4 here? Probably just take the crossover, right?
No, I about 1 to the 6, 1 to the 5.
Yeah, it is actually not too bad to take the play 6-4. I see people argue about these, waste time on their clock. I mean, mostly they just don't matter.
I don't think that was right. The reason being is you're wasting a crossover, and you have 3 men to fill in the 4-point next time if you want to anyway. If you decided that's important.
Sure, and you're giving yourself a chance to get lucky and just rip checkers off when you take the crossover.
I mean, if he plays 6 and 5, he now has 5s. He could play 5s, 1s, and 2s to fill in the 4-point. Of course, he wouldn't play 1s and 2s that way. But I don't think this is going to be right.
And it's going to be a .00 something, so it's not going to be a big deal. But
now Art is falling behind. And it's going to be 2 away, 4 away. That's the end of this game.
Standard challenge level.
So now we know Art is going to be very aggressive in doubling. I don't know what percentage of the time the 4-away player wins this game, but it has to be,
Double.
60% or
Drop.
58% or something like that. But they get into positions where, the leader can't take so often.
yeah, 2-way, 4-way. I love these. Carol and I, I'm from the Flint Club. For those of you watching, Carol Joy Cole is a Flint Club member, and this is one of the things that her and I worked on a lot when I first joined, because she's a taker, I'm a taker. Everybody at the Flint Club loves to take, but a couple of ABT tournaments, I burned her with 4-away, 2-away cubes, and so helped her learn more about why you have to pass these gammonish cubes.
Well, see, Art's even considering here, but I think this would be premature. He's down 12 pips in the race. As aggressive as you want to be here, his opponent,
Yeah, even after 6-2, I think his opponent's always taking. So, wow, double 4. What a set of sequences.
So I would just make the 5-point here.
Yeah, for me that seems clear. You're saving gammons no matter what happens.
I mean, there's
just
nothing else
winning.
you can really do anyway, because if you chose to make the 2-point instead, you still give him a shot. So now Art is thinking, but he definitely should roll here.
Yeah, it's pretty
Doesn't have not enough threat, not enough gammons at this point.
pretty easy take. XG though, it's saying to go ahead and cancel out your opponent's gammons. So Blue, Dave has 45.5% wins and 18.5% gammons. Art has 54.5% wins and 16.5% gammons. So by doubling, Art cancels out all of Blue's gammons and wins the match 16.5% of the time. So it's very close, .06, but this is the power of the 2-away, 4-away cube, or 4-away, 2-away.
I'm surprised. Even with the experience I have, I would have waited here. I'm looking at my opponent's 4-point board and my 3-point board, and
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's some big sequence, maybe like...
oh, sure, you get something like boxes, and you're
Well,
super
sure.
sorry you didn't double.
But even like 1-1-2 followed by a 2-6 is it is a pretty big sequence for Art, where it gets super gammonish very quickly. But
It also
I'm
has
so
you still
surprised.
getting back to the situation. Is this this with me feeling that I may be the superior player. Do I really want to double this? I'm sure if he knew it was .06, he would double, but
Right. But he
it's
knows
just
he's
like
taking.
me. I wouldn't have doubled this even against a strong player. So I would have made the mistake against a strong
Look
player.
at this. Art's on fire, just killing it. And
Double?
1-5's
We're gonna have to see what
pretty strong
see what kind of bet he has.
Right, yeah. kicking him when it's time. 1-4.
So what was right with the 1-5? Did he was slotting right there?
It was close, but it down. Actually down
Yeah,
by
I thought
0.03.
down was right. That looked like way too dangerous.
Yeah, because you're creating so the entering sixes are not really that good for your opponent, and now they are. Yeah, for those of you that are asking about the background noise, I was running a rollout on one of those plays, and that's what it was. It should be quieter now. Double
Okay,
two.
so Art now has a little bit of a chance to win a gammon for the match. Great shot by Dave, but he would prefer to have a 2.
Do we slot here?
It's got a hit.
Yep, got to hit. No choice. If you get lucky, you can.
If he hits and Art fans and he rolls a 6, he's right back in the game.
So slotting ended up being very right there. Surprising
really?
to me. Yeah. Wow, what a sequence. Didn't finish it, but so.
Please.
Oh, he did actually. Wow, he needs to roll a 6 right away.
Okay, so here's the key roll right here. No 6. All right, so Art's back in the saddle, looking okay. He's going to need to get a 6 before Dave gets a 6, but he's going to have first crack at it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Big danger.
Wow. Wow. Rigged dice for sure. This is why everybody likes to think the dice are rigged on these backgammon servers, these sequences.
Here's your chance right here. 6-1 or 6-2, depending on how he plays it. 6-4. And the match looks like she's over.
It does.
Wow.
Yep. What a match. I mean, just unbelievable performance by Art. 1.87 PR. I don't think it'll go down because none of these should be decisions. Maybe they are. But anyway, thank you everybody for watching. Carol actually emailed me and she wants just to say thank you. We had great numbers, 120 players, the second largest ABT online tournament, and really just appreciate the vote of confidence that everybody had in me and in Carol and Carrie Horty, who joined and was our intermediate director. Really had a lot of fun. The format, for a one-day tournament, we got a lot of backgammon in, and while we hope that the coronavirus pandemic ends soon, we're very happy that we could still enjoy backgammon online, and hope that everybody joins us for the next one. We've got tournaments coming up all year. We've got a full schedule. Some dates locked in, but not a host. No host locked in yet, and other tournaments are already on the calendar. Joe, what do you want to plug? Anything?
Well, the Memphis tournament's coming up. What are the dates? September 12th, around then?
Yeah, that's that weekend for sure.
Yeah, so the week of September 12th is going to be the Memphis tournament. It's going to be hosted by me and Ben with help from Patrick Fusco. And there's going to be some added money for that tournament as well. So haven't decided exactly how much added money and what the added money is going to go for. But anyway, it should be a good weekend. It'll probably be a more Swiss format. So hope everybody can make that tournament and be happy to have you.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. We also have the Ohio State tournament 2 weekends from now. We'll start on the 16th of July with a more Swiss format. We should have an event the first week of August, as well as the third week of August, and then we'll have the 2020 Viking Backgammon Classic. I'm really excited for this event. We've got some of the coolest well, I mean, really the coolest trophy in the ABT circuit, which is the Crystal Beaver. It's a Swarovski Crystal Beaver. Bill Davis started this Masters trophy, I think 21 tournaments ago. And I'm definitely going to play in that. They have limited, I believe they have a cap on the number of players there, so register early. They're also doing a main event, of course, and many side events. Check it out. Viking Backgammon, I don't know. Check out the calendar. VikingBackgammonClassic.com. But the calendar is ABT Online-calendar. You can see the link now on your screen. And congratulations again to all of the winners. We had some great performances in both the intermediate and the championship division. Just kind of going through the list, we had Andy Fazikis won the intermediate division. And then we had Jim or Kem Oslin from Texas. Joe Miller and Igor Moraes got 3rd and 4th. Joe from Ohio, Igor from Brazil. Irina Litzenberger from Virginia won the Consolation. Douglas DeWitt got 2nd. And then 3rd, 4th there was Frank Costello III and Fabian Melnick from California and Florida. In the championship, I hope you all saw it yesterday. It was while it was a blowout, it was a great match. Ray Fogelin versus Howard Markowitz. Vegas really dominated the championship field because Aaron Faust also got 3rd, 4th, cashed in the main there. And then a new player to the tour, Rambiz Khalili. He is actually from South Africa, or from Iran, but currently lives in South Africa. And just an amazing player online. You probably know him by V1. It was a lot of fun having him. And then, of course, our 4 winners from today, Phil Simborg and Rich Sweetman, who got 3rd, 4th. Art Benjamin, who got 2nd. And our consolation winner, Dave Staggs. Congratulations to everyone. We'll definitely be doing this again soon. Watch the calendar.